Huzzah! Huzzah!
Apparently Windows has been resetting stuff again. Also, that microphone feels very loud. But anyway, hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and I'm just setting up the sound and things. Sound settings. Input. Sound devices. Ah, you changed things! Microphone. No, I don't want to disable it. I want the settings. You know, the thing I just opened. Just letting me disable the thing is not giving me the settings. Device properties? Oh, it is set properly. Huh. Okay, so you should be able to hear me. Can you hear me now? Mordred said there we go, so I suspect that's a probably yes. Question, mate. Will I ever stream Kaiserreich weekly again? Yes. I don't know necessarily weekly, but yes, I do intend to do Kaiserreich at some point in the future. But probably not for at least a month or two, because my gosh, February is ridiculous with the number of games coming out. Civ 7, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, demo for Solasta 2, and Avowed, all in frickin' February. So yeah, fun times. But at least we've broken the monopoly of Bellrite at last. Oh, the one where I did the tournament. I haven't been asked about it, so I don't know. Kaiserreich Weekly multiplayer. I don't know. They haven't reached out to me about it. But because I've been doing so little Hearts of Iron recently, they probably find better people now, frankly. People who are still a bit more engaged. And also, I just haven't played regular Kaiserreich for a really long time. Have I got all 4 victories in the first stage yet? No. No, I haven't. I think the only... In fact, I didn't get any of the victories in the first stage. I was 2 codexes short of getting the science. But that was in my very first game I ever played, where I was still learning stuff, and I suspect that things will be a bit better. So, Civilization 7. We're going to start a new game. We're going to set up the leader, we're going to set up the country, and then we will see how things go from there. So we're going to do new game. And then we need to pick our ruler. So, the way that Civ works is a little bit kind of like Humankind, except that your... Well, it's not except that, it is in fact like Humankind. So your ruler is separate from your country. So you can see here I've played as Confucius, I've played as Frederick. In the multiplayer game I was playing as Fred, in the single player I was playing as Confucius, where I've just hit the exploration age. I've had like 1 turn of exploration age, so I haven't seen that much of the game yet. So you choose your ruler. Your ruler, for example Confucius, gives you bonuses. So he gives plus 25% growth rates in cities and then plus 2 science for scientists. You can also get mementos, which are things you unlock as the game goes on. That gives you additional bonuses. We'll look at that when we actually select our country. Further to this, you also choose your civilization. So these are going to give you your unique units, they're going to give you unique districts, and then also a couple of bonuses based on each civilization, which is what these bits are. Then as you go through the different ages, there are 3 of them, so you start in Antiquity playing as, for example, Confucius or Axum. Going into the age of Exploration, you continue playing as Confucius with his bonuses, but then you switch to a different civilization. So you, for example, might unlock the Abbasids, and then you get their units, their unique districts, and their bonuses. But we are going to be starting in Antiquity, and we're going to be choosing our leader. So again, the leader is the constant throughout the game, and you change civilization every era in Antiquity, Exploration, and Modern. And then you also have mementos, but I haven't actually seen these before, so I'm not 100% sure how they work, but I think they basically just give you bonuses. Cool. So, let's take a look at the rulers. So we have Amina, the warrior queen of Zazu, economic and militaristic, +1 resource capacity in cities, which is quite nice. So there are two different types of settlers. There are two types of settlements, cities and towns. When you have a settler and you found a settlement, it is a town. Towns, you cannot choose what they build. Any production that they get is converted into gold. You can, however, buy buildings in towns. Towns will grow very quickly, and then once they hit 7 population, you can specialize them, at which point they will start giving their resource production to the city that they are linked to. So, for example, you could have the town of Malmo. Malmo is then supporting Stockholm, giving them food, production, whatever. So, cities is an important thing. It does not mean settlement, it means cities. Resource capacity is you can basically slot different resources in your cities or your towns, like silk, copper, quartz, marble, each of them giving different bonuses. So this allows you to slot one additional resource in the cities. You get extra gold for every resource assigned to cities, and then your units are stronger on plains and desert. That's actually quite a nice bonus. And Amina can unlock the Songhai and the Buganda just because of who she is in a modern exploration age, because these are the civilizations most associated with her. Ashoka, the world renouncer, a diplomatic expansionist, so +1 in cities for every 5 excess happiness, so you want to have a lot of happiness with Ashoka. And you gain +10 food in settlements, settlements being towns and cities during celebrations. Celebrations are basically when you max out your happiness. You get bonuses for like 10 turns. All buildings gain +1 happiness adjacency for all improvements. So every time you build a building in a district, which can have 2, they give happiness adjacencies. So Ashoka can make incredibly happy cities, which makes sense with his food bonuses. Okay, cool. Augustus, +2 production in the capital for every town. Towns, again, being the smaller versions of cities. You can upgrade a town into a city, but it does cost you a chunk of money. You can purchase culture buildings in towns, and towns can build buildings for cheaper. +50 gold towards purchasing really means 50% less gold required for building a building. So what Augustus wants to do is have one big city, Rome, which is then supported by a bunch of different towns, feeding into it. Ben Franklin, diplomatic, scientific, +1 science per age on production buildings in cities. So production buildings are things like brick makers, clay pits, that type of thing. So he gets extra science for that. +50% production towards building production buildings. So he builds the production buildings faster. And you also get +1 science from active endeavours you started or supported. Endeavours are basically diplomatic actions like science treaties, food treaties that you do with other players. And if you support an endeavour, so say Augustus comes to me as Ben Franklin, is like, hey, do you want a science treaty? That's an endeavour he started. You can then have 3 options. You can choose to reject it, where you spend some influence and say, no, I don't want this. You can accept it, which will give the person sending it to you some bonuses and gives you some relationship bonus and doesn't cost you anything, and you also sometimes get a little bonus. Or you can support it, where you basically match their influence investment, and then you both get a nice, healthy bonus out of this. So an endeavour that he starts gives you additional science per age. You can also have 2 endeavours of the same type active, so you could have 2 research treaties going at the same time, which normally you can't do. So that's pretty cool. Catherine the Great, cultural scientific, so +2 culture per age on displayed great works. Buildings of great works gain an additional slot. Cities settled in tundra gain science equals 25% of their culture per turn. So, just like Civ 6, there are 2 different science tracks, basically. You have the science track, which uses science, and these are for technologies like mathematics, engineering, bronze working. And then you have the culture track, which uses culture instead of science, and is things like philosophy, mysticism, discipline. They're basically the same thing, but with 2 different resources. Catherine's good at juggling both, but especially getting culture. Charlemagne. Militaristic scientific. Military and science buildings receive happiness adjacency for quarters. So a quarter is a district that has 2 buildings built in it. So with Charlemagne, you want to centralize building buildings in very few locations. Gain 2 free cavalry units once unlocked for entering a celebration. You unlock celebrations having lots of happiness, so you really want to be boosting happiness with him. Plus, you get +5 combat strength for cavalry units during a celebration. So during celebrations, you want to be aggressive, basically, with Charlemagne. Confucius, 25% growth rates in cities, so your cities grow high population faster, so they're the opposite to Rome. You don't want to have many towns, you want to have cities with Confucius, and then you gain +2 science for specialists. So whenever a city grows, you gain a tile on the map. So, for example, you spread to plains. Unlike in previous civilizations where you then need a worker to build a farm, your population member will go there and build the farm for themselves. If you don't want to... No. So that's the rural improvements. Farms, mines, fishing boats, that type of thing. If you are building a building, buildings have to go into an urban tile, which you just place down, and then the buildings go in that urban tile. Those are called urban. And then if you get the 2 buildings in it, then it becomes a quarter. When you start putting buildings in urban tiles, you can start assigning specialists, or is it the quarters? I think you can only do it in the quarters. So once you have a quarter, you can start putting specialists in it. And Confucius has better specialists. They're all very scientific. And this can actually stack up quite nicely. Frederick, militaristic scientific. So military commanders start with the merit commendation, granting them +1 command radius. This is really powerful. So army commanders in this are kind of like great generals, except that they can carry units around with them. So this is how you stack units together. In the beginning of the game, you can stack up to four units. You move them around on the map, so you just move the 1 unit instead of 5. Then when a battle is happening, you deploy the army. They spread out in the area around the army commander, and then they fight as individual soldiers. Units that are in a 1 radius area around the army general provide that general experience, which you can then use to promote him and gain extra bonuses. With Frederick, it's a 2 tile radius around him for that experience bonus, meaning you can be more spread out. It's really nice. And you also gain infantry units whenever you construct a science building. Oh, that's why my army was so big. I'd forgotten about that bonus. So every time you build a library or an academy or whatever, you get a free infantry unit, which goes well with them having lots of army commanders, because you have lots of armies. It's just a big military. But you also have the incentive to build science. Harriet Tubman, plus 100% influence towards initiating espionage actions. So your espionage is really expensive. No, really cheap. Why this uses the opposite, I don't know. This basically just means that influence actions are half price. Gain 5 war support and all wars directed against you. So war support basically is a scale between you and your opponent. You can spend influence to increase your war support. For every point of war support you have over your opponent, they lose -1 combat strength and -1 happiness per city, or per settlement even, I think. It can stack up, so Harriet will immediately, starting a war, get +5 combat and -5 happiness for your opponent. That's quite nice if you're going to be a wartime fighter, so she's actually really, really good at fighting. And you also ignore movement penalties and vegetation, which is crazy, because that's forests and jungles. Hatshepsut. +1 culture for every imported resource, so every time you have a trade agreement with someone you're importing resources, you gain +1 culture for every one of those. Plus 15% production towards constructing buildings and wonders in cities adjacent to navigable rivers. So you always want to build your cities adjacent to a navigable river, and then you gain a bonus to building buildings and wonders. I usually like high production, so this is really nice. Navigable rivers are a new tile type in this. They are rivers, in that you can build certain buildings on them. You can put bridges across them. You can cross over them somewhat slowly. But you can also send ships down them. So they are basically rivers that ships can go down. Himiko, Queen of Wa. Diplomatic, scientific. So you gain a unique endeavour called the Friend of Wei, which can be performed in an alliance to grant you and your ally 25% extra science. Wow. So she really wants to make alliances with people and befriend them. You also gain 4 science per age for every leader you're friendly or helpful with. And you support endeavours for free. So remember how I was saying previously, if you match the person sending you a treaty in influence, then you both get a big bonus? This means she gets that bonus for free, as if she was just accepting it. That's ridiculously powerful. Okay. Not going to be doing a lot of fighting, hopefully. Well, actually, if you have alliances, you might be fighting other people's wars. So maybe you will. Ibn Battuta. Gain 2 wildcard attribute points after the first civic in every age. Okay, so wildcard attributes are things you can basically use to upgrade your leader. They are things which last through all 3 ages. So every age he basically gains 2 attribute points for free. All units have additional sight, so he's very good at exploring. And he gains a unique endeavour called Trade Maps that allows you to gradually see other leaders' explored area. So he can basically start discovering what other people have already discovered. So he's really good at exploration, which is an interesting way of doing that. I had kind of forgotten about him. Isabella, expansionist economic. Gain 300 gold every time you discover a natural wonder. This is doubled if the natural wonder is in distant lands. Plus 100% tile yield from natural wonders. So natural wonders are things like Grand Canyon, the Amazon rainforest, the Nile River. I'm making 2 of those up, because I don't know if they're natural wonders. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen that many natural wonders. I think I've only seen 1 in the 2 games I've played, so they are kind of rare. Certainly compared to Civ 6, compared to Humankind, where they seem to be around every corner. But you also gain additional tile yields for national wonders, which I'm going to guess are good. Naval units are cheaper, and naval units cost less to maintain, so she can get a big freaking navy. Cool. Jose Rizal. When gaining rewards from narrative events, gain an additional 20 culture and gold per age, and has additional narrative events. So, your leader has a story that's basically being told where you basically choose outcomes, where you can get like science, free units, free population, depending on your choices in this, and it also can unlock different quests. He gets additional ones, and you also gain culture and gold every time you choose one. That's pretty nice. So usually 1 natural wonder per continent. Ah, okay, good to know. Celebrations last 50% longer, which is nice, and then also celebrations are quicker. That's actually kind of cool. Cultural diplomatic. Yeah, I can see how that works together. How's that diplomatic? I don't understand how that's diplomatic. That's pure culture to me. Lafayette, cultural diplomatic. Gains a unique endeavour called Reform, which grants an additional social policy slot. Okay, that's nice. Supporting this endeavour also grants the other leader an additional social policy slot. Those temporary. They must be temporary. So social policies are like the government policies that you had in Civ 6, where you can unlock various bonuses. They're actually quite nice. So having an additional slot for this is really good. +1 combat strength for every tradition. No idea what traditions are. I'm going to guess policies, but what permanent. Slotted in the government, you gain +2 culture and happiness per age in settlements. So you just get a straight up culture and happiness in every settlement you build, towns and cities. And these are doubled in distant lands. So distant lands are, I think, unlocked in the exploration and modern age. And basically the map expands to encompass more continents. If you build stuff in those other continents, that's a distant land. I think. Machiavelli, +3 influence per age. So influence is your diplomatic resource. It is spent on sending treaties to other people, accepting or supporting treaties from other people, declaring wars, increasing your war support during wars. It is a really handy resource. Gains 50 gold per age when your diplomatic action proposals are accepted, or 100 if they're rejected. So as long as they're not supported, he gets gold. Ignores relationship requirements when declaring formal wars. Oh! So he can just straight up declare wars. So usually, the worse your relationship with an empire, the cheaper the war is. And you have to spend influence to declare the war. So if you start a war when you're, like, friendly with someone, it's going to cost you, like, 300 influence to declare that war. If you're hostile towards them, it's free. For Machiavelli, if you're friendly, it's just straight up free. Okay. Yep, that's very Machiavellian. I like it. Can levy troops from city-states you are not the suzerain of. So, just like in Civ 6, you can become the owner of city-states. And if you're the owner, then you can take their troops. If you're Machiavelli, you can just take their troops. I'm assuming for an influence cost. Interesting. He would be a lot of fun in a multiplayer game. Napoleon. So there are 2 different versions of Napoleon. Do they do different things? They do. Interesting. Okay, so Emperor Napoleon gains a unique sanction called Continental System. So sanctions are like endeavours, but bad. Which reduces the trade route limit of the targeted leader to all other leaders by 1. So cuts their ability to trade. However, causes a massive relationship penalty, which also means that it's going to become cheaper to declare war on them. Plus 8 gold per leader, per age for every leader you're unfriendly or hostile with. So the more enemies you collect as Emperor Napoleon, the stronger you become. And can also reject endeavours for free, which again, reduces their relationship. So yeah, you really just want to piss people off. Super militaristic, not very diplomatic. And then Revolutionary Napoleon, plus 1 movement for all land units, which is actually quite powerful because movement is important. And then defeating an enemy unit provides culture equal to 50% of the combat strength. So the stronger the units you are killing, the more culture you gain. Okay, that's an interesting one. Pachacuti, I think. All buildings receive plus 1 food adjacency for mountains, so if you're building something next to a mountain, you gain extra food. Specialists adjacent to mountains pay no happiness maintenance, so usually if you have a specialist in a quarter, they cost both food and happiness to maintain. If you're next to a mountain with Pachacuti, they don't cost anything, and you also unlock Inca in the Exploration Age, which is cool, because Inca can use mountains like regular territory for setting up buildings and rural... I think they can set up mines and stuff in mountains, which is actually quite nice, because at least in the games I played, there were quite a few mountains. Tecumseh. No, Tecumseh. Plus 1 food and production per age and settlements for every city-state you're the suzerain of. So the more city-states you control, the stronger your settlements become. Towns and cities. Plus 1 combat strength for all units for every city-state you're suzerain of. Ooh, that could really stack up, because there are multiple city-states on each map. So you really want to be getting a lot of influence doing this to get a lot of city-states. Kind of plays a little bit like Frederick. No. Maria Theresa in Civ 6. Strong Track. Gain 3 levels on your first Army Commander plus 20% Army Commander experience. So whereas Frederick can get Army experience over time from just having the wider radius and can absorb units into his army in a wider radius, Strong Track's Army Commanders are just better. And you also gain additional science in cities which are tropical. This is doubled while in a formal war that you declare. So if you're at war with someone that you've started, you gain 20% more science. Tropical is a type of tile, so you have tropical, Arctic, temperate? I don't remember what that one's called. It might be temperate. And then you have like tropical plains, tropical forests, tropical jungle, tropical hills, Arctic jungle, Arctic plains, Arctic hills, etc. So anything that's tropical actually gets bonuses. Plains, grassland, desert. Plains and grassland are a type of tile, they're not the qualifier. Then Xerxes, King of Kings. He was my best buddy in my last game. Plus 3 combat strength for units. No, he was my best buddy when I was fighting Tecumseh And then he backstabbed me, the bastard. But it was actually because of his help that I beat Texum as handily as I did. Anyway, +3 combat strength for units that are attacking in neutral or enemy territory. That's why his armies were kicking my ass! Okay, that makes sense. Because he had immortals, and they were really, really strong. I had elephants, so I was just about holding equal. But yeah, Xerxes, kind of tough because of this bonus. 100 culture and 100 gold per age when you capture a settlement for the first time. He didn't capture any of mine, but I'm sure that would be nice. +10 gold in all settlements. This is doubled in settlements not founded by you. So they just straight up make more money. And then he also has extra settlement limit. Yes, he did have a lot of settlements per age. He was keeping up with me. Xerxes is really expansionist. Okay, so now that you've seen the full list, the ones I've done before is Confucius and Frederick, so I'm less interested in doing those again, just because I've played them. A couple of the characters I'd be interested in, actually kind of, you know, I'm going to start a poll. I'm just going to type the names in here that I'd be interested in, and then let you vote on who we actually play as. Machiavelli, just because his character bonuses seem really interesting. They gel well. I do like trade, and I haven't actually played a trade game before, so I'm going to put Amina in there as our resident trade nation, because after all, it's just good business. Didn't catch you. Can I do it all from the start? No. Sorry. This took a while already. Just rewind the stream, and then you can see them all again. But I'll go briefly through what they are. So Amina, trade. Ashoka, more food growth. He's kind of like Confucius. I just had really big cities with Confucius. Although he's expressly for cities, not settlements. Augustus is the one big capital city with loads of towns. I haven't really done a town game, so I think Augustus would be in there. Because again, Confucius likes having cities. Ben Franklin. Extra science from production, extra production towards production, extra science from endeavors. He kind of seems like the perfect character for the way I play. I like having high production, I like having high science. That was good. I think I'm going to run out of choices before too long. Catherine was the culture buff. I haven't really done high culture, but also it doesn't interest me as much. Charlemagne. Military and science receives happiness. He seems to be kind of limited in only really getting his bonuses during celebrations. So yeah, while he kind of explodes during the celebrations, I don't usually play with high happiness. So no, Confucius I've said no to. Frederick I've said no to. Tubman, very militaristic on the defensive side. So you can piss people off using espionage. Then when they declare war on you, you just fight these defensive wars. I do like defensive wars. I haven't done much with espionage. I feel like I prefer the diplomatic path, honestly. Hatshepsut, culture for every imported resource, extra production for buildings and wonders. A little bit similar to Ben, but I actually think that Ben's going to be better at this than she is. Himiko, Queen of War. I was interested in her because she's really diplomatic, although that does mean that we'll be fighting a lot less wars, which is less interesting, though we can just build big. We can embiggen ourselves. I guess from the exploration and modern age, as we get pulled into the alliances, our allies fighting against each other could get interesting. Maybe. I'll put you in as a 5th slot, but if somebody more interesting comes up, I'll probably replace you. Ibn Battuta, right, the exploration guy. Which would be better on bigger maps. The problem is the maps in this game are kind of small, at least at the moment. So when they add bigger maps, I think it would be fantastic, but they haven't yet. Isabella likes navies. I'm going to say no until more naval nations become available, because at the moment she is the only one. Jose Rizal. More narrative events. I'm actually kind of interested in this, so I think that Rizal is going to be my 5th choice instead of Himiko. Because I actually kind of like the narrative choices. There are a lot of them. So this ability I think is actually going to be quite powerful, especially if he gets more. Lafayette, the reform endeavour, which gives you the more social policy slots. And he's also good in distant lands, but I don't know what traditions are. Until I know, and don't spoil it, I'm going to say no to him. Machiavelli we've already slotted in. He is the extra influential guy who likes having people who are somewhat friendly, but not too friendly. Emperor Napoleon just wants to be at war with the world. Not quite good enough at the game yet to do that. More militaristic, but I think a little underwhelming compared to the other militarists. Pachacuti, good in the mountains. I do like the mountain stuff because very often science buildings and maybe other buildings get bonuses when adjacent to mountains. So that is actually a really solid bonus. But it kind of locks you into playing Inca in the second age. So probably not for this first game, but in the future maybe. Tecumseh, food and production in cities that you are suzerain of. So this is the city-state diplomatic game, which is also interesting. We could do that, but is it more interesting than some of the others? I don't think so. I quite like my other choices. Trong Track is kind of like rhetoric, a little more limited at the tropics only. I'd call you like a tier 2 militarist, kind of similar to Revolutionary Napoleon. Then Xerxes, tier 1 militarist. He really is expansionist, which I do enjoy. But more than the other 5. No, I don't think so. He's also fun to play against just because he's really strong. So, these are the 5 options. I'm going to give you 3-minute vote time because I'm going to go and grab myself some tea. So again, Machiavelli is the influence, meddling with other people's business guy. Amina, trade. Augustus, centralized big city, smaller towns. Ben Franklin, lots of production, lots of science. And then Rizal is the high narrative culture game with lots of celebrations. Those are your choices. Yeet your votes in! Vote, vote, vote! And remember, there will be another vote after this for which country we play as. But that's probably going to be somewhat determined by our nation, our ruler. Although not as important. Alright, let's see how this vote's going. We're almost done, and yeah, it's beginning to shape up. Actually, a little more even than I expected. Cool. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Just spilled some tea. Kind of my own fault, because I overfilled my cup. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Okay, and the votes are in. Let's take a look at the breakdown. In last place, joint last place in fact, we have got Ben Franklin and Machiavelli. The two characters I said I'd be most interested in. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, sorry YouTube, you don't get to vote. This is just on the uptubs. Not on the uptubs on Twitch. Because Twitch has a voting mechanism and YouTube doesn't. So, yeah, Ben Franklin, Machiavelli, 5% of the vote each. That's interesting. Rizal, 6 votes. No, sorry, 8% of the vote in total. Much of that being purchased. Then we've got Augustus with 35% of the vote. Who would actually have won had this not been influenced by alternative means. But ultimately, and appropriately, the trade powerhouse that is Amina won out. And we have Carnita spending 22,000 channel points on one of these options. So Amina it is. +1 resource capacity in cities, so we want to have cities. +1 gold per age for each resource assigned to cities. Again, we want cities, not towns. And then +5 combat strength on all units in plains and desert. So as long as we're fighting in the plains and the desert, we are going to be quite strong. Alright, mementos. So we gain a military attribute point. Inscribed sling bullet reads catch. Complaint to A. Nazir, economic attribute point. Substandard copper is unacceptable. Treaty of Kadesh, diplomatic attribute point. Peace pieces. Gruma, expansionist attribute point. Surveying for centuration. The Shakokidugu, +1 cultural attribute point, an earthen effigy. The Antikythia mechanism, +1 scientific attribute point. Calculations are astronomical. A Russian scroll, +5 growth rates in cities for every specialist in that city, a maximum of 25%. Wisdom in words. I think because of who we're playing, we're going to go with the economic attribute point, although that growth rate in cities, because we want to have cities, could also be really nice. But it is going to mean that we're going to want specialists. You know what, let's do that. We'll go with the brush and the scroll. Yourself, Machiavelli, is meddling with other people's business, which is reasonable, but would mean the game is you spending turns in the international politics window. Just did not sound compelling. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, Russian scroll. Let's do this. Oh, these are mementos. So I must have already unlocked Confucius's. Yeah, his level 2 is the Russian scroll. I see how that works. Okay, we are playing the antiquity. Okay, so choices. It's recommending 2 of them. Aksum. Cultural economic, Kingdom of Natural Wealth, +2 gold and resources. We gain lots of stuff from having resources in our cities. And plus 30% production towards building the Great Steel. The Great Steel is a wonder, which basically gives you gold for every wonder you build after that one. She gets the Dao, unique naval units, +4 combat strength on coast, and can also build naval trade routes. Okay, that's cool. And we also get the unique trade ship, which cannot be pillaged and also has a longer range. Those are kind of cool. So we have like a naval trade empire, potentially, with Aksum. So I was wrong. There are naval players. It's just that they are civilizations rather than leaders for Isabella to play with. Then we have the Horlet. +2 gold, +1 culture for adjacent wonders and other Hauliti. Axumite unique improvement. Ageless does not remove the warehouse bonuses on the tile. Must be placed on flat terrain. So you like to be built next to wonders and other Hauliti. Warehouse bonuses are basically the raw resource you get from a tile. So imagine you have plains, there's like +2 food and +1 production. You keep that. Usually if you build an urban settlement on top of it, you don't. So this is, I guess, an urban district that maintains the warehouse bonus. Then we've got Egypt, +1 production on navigable rivers. And then +30% production towards building the pyramids. I don't remember what the pyramids do. We have the Medjay, a no-maintenance combat unit with extra strength in friendly territory, doubled when stationed in the settlement you own. So, very defensive. You got the Shati. Great person with 1 charge, can only be trained in cities with a necropolis, and a specific Shati received is random. Each Shati can only be received once, cost increases per Shati trained. So they're kind of... They're great people. Only a couple of civilizations have great people, and apparently Egypt is one of them. The Necropolis, the unique quarter created by constructing the Mastaba and Mortuary Temple in the same district. So these are special buildings. Build both of them, you get this quarter. Grants 100 gold when any wonder is completed. So having the Necropolis plus the steel means you would be getting a incredible amount of money whenever you build wonders. So, yeah. Hatshepsut as Egypt makes sense. Us, less so. I don't think we're particularly wonder orientated. Although the Mortuary Temple does just straight up produce more gold. Greece. So it's the Hoplite. +2 combat strength if adjacent to another Hoplite. This stacks. Logios. So just like the Shati, they're great people. Each of them does different things. The Archopolis unique district, if we build both the Odeon and the Parthian in the same place. +2 gold on the Parthian for every city-state you're suzerain of, so it's a bit more diplomatic gameplay. +3 happiness, +1 culture adjacency for quarters and wonders, so the more urbanized and built up your city is, the more you get out of the Odeons. And then Parthian, +4 culture and also +2 influence placed on rough terrain. We don't get bonuses in rough. So we don't necessarily want to be in rough. And then also adjacency for wonders. The Han. Capital and new towns gain an additional population with their first growth event. So towns will grow faster. And you also get production towards the Weijiang Palace. Don't know what that does. Han unique ranged unit. Chonu Yu has a zone of control, which I think archers don't usually have. And also higher defense, so they are tougher in the front lines. They also gain combat strength when attacking adjacent. So they're basically a frontline archer. Okay, that's kind of cool. The Shi Dafu, great person with 1 charge, like the Logos, can only be trained in cities with at least 10 population. So we are going to want cities. We do have city growth. So Han could work. Can also build the Great Wall. +2 culture, +1 happiness for every adjacent Great Wall segment. Counts as a fortification, +6 defense when defending. Does not remove the warehouse bonus, can only be built in a tile. Cannot branch or fork. Oh, sorry, can only be built in a line, not a tile. Pyramids give food and production on naval rivers. Oh, navigable rivers. Palace gives +6 influence. I guess that was with the... Oh, we also saw the article. On the Weijiang Palace, so that's +6 influence. Thank you, Intro Knight. Khmer. See, this is one of those areas, just to point out, because there's a lot of complaints about the UI in this game, and this is one of those places. Having a tooltip saying what Angkor Wat does here would be really nice. Just tell me what this is. What is a river? Tooltip. What is the Angkor Wat? Tooltip. What is the combat strength of the Yuthanathi? Because it doesn't actually tell you here. Tooltip. It's just missing really simple things, which are in every other game for like the last 10 years, like tooltips. Why? Well, I know why. We'll talk about that when we're actually playing. So, Khmer. Districts on rivers do not remove the natural yield of the tile. So rivers will always be productive. Okay. And more production towards Angkor Wat. Don't know what it does. The Yuthanathi. Khmer unique cavalry unit. Elephants. Higher combat strength with slower movement. They're immune to floods. And they ignore zone of control. Khmer. I played Confucius Khmer, so I have played these guys before. Yuthanathi is nice because they can heal units around them with one of their culture upgrades. They basically become medics. The Vaishya. Khmer unique merchants, civilian who can establish trade routes to important resources from foreign settlements, immune to floods, ignores movement penalties from wet terrain. So wet terrain's like swamps. So they are just faster moving. Oh, and rivers are probably wet too. So they're fast moving merchants. Then the Beret, +3 food, +1 food on all floodplains in the settlement. Floodplains are actually the navigable rivers, so they can be built on navigable rivers. Must be built on flat terrain. We like flat. Flat is good. So Khmer, possibly. Moria. You may choose an additional pantheon when unlocking mysticism. I was wrong. It was the Moria I played, not Khmer. It was the Piparethi who were the medics. And that's why I had 2 pantheons. Ah. That's actually quite nice. The Sanchi Stupa. Angkor Wat is +3 happiness, +1 specialist limit. Okay, that's quite nice. Not played Civ 7 yet. Age unlocks allow current civilization transform to another. Yes. Tooltips were great in Civ 6. Should be the standard in these type of games. 100% should be yes. It's inexcusable that it doesn't have them. It's just lazy. Right, Moria. They get the Pribaratha, which are elephants just like Khmer has, but they can become medics. The Nagarika is a unique settler. Whenever they produce a town, the city hall within the town produces extra happiness. So this would be good with the celebration leaders. Although I didn't actually build that many of them because city limits are fairly low early on in this age. The Matha, the Mauryan unique quarter created by constructing the Dharamshala and the Vira in the same district, plus 10% happiness in the settlement. So you can build up a lot of happiness. And the Dharamshala and Vira both produce extra happiness and also get science adjacency for quarters and wonders, culture adjacency for mountains and wonders. It's a happiness civilization. Moria very happy. Meier. Palace gains 0.5 science for every adjacent vegetated terrain. I suspect that's not going to last for very long, because although there's not chopping like in previous civs, I'm going to assume that vegetation is destroyed when you create urban districts. It just seems really underwhelming, that bonus. The Sanchi Stupa, +2 happiness, +1 culture for every 5 excess happiness in the settlement. So yeah, the happier you are, the more happiness you get. And it stacks. So again, fantastic for the people that rely on celebrations, which is not us. Nor Confucius, actually. It was not a good choice for Confucius. My unique ranged unit can see through vegetation, ignores movement penalties in vegetation, so you're kind of reliant on that. Jaguar Slayer. My multiplayer partner was up against Meier and took him by surprise. Because they are scouts, but they are scouts who can attack. It doesn't actually say... Oh no, it does. Can initiate combat. And they're actually quite strong, the scouts. And scouts can go through enemy terrain without open borders. Urban districts do remove vegetation, so yeah, Meier seem basically pointless. Or at least their special bonus does. Like, if this was any district and not just the palace, okay. But it's not, it's just the palace. And you have to connect urban districts to each other. They chain. Mondo Pardito, +1 happiness and science on tropical tiles in the city. Tropical is a type of tile. Those you can have a lot of. If this was adjacent tropical tiles, fine, that would make sense, but it's not. Anyway, enough ranting. Meier unique water, created by constructing the Jalo and the Kunar in the same district. Each time you research a technology, the settlement gains production equal to 10% of its cost. That's quite nice. So as you get science, you gain production. +3 happiness, +1 culture for quarters and wonders, +3 science, +2 wonders, +2 science in place of vegetation. Oh, so the Uberwill Kua does not remove vegetation apparently. As long, I guess, as you build this first. Good start, then quickly lose momentum. Yeah, kind of sounds that way. Mississippian. All buildings receive +1 food adjacency for resources. We like resources, so Mississippi could be a good fit for us. +30 production on Monk's Mound. Don't know what that does. Burning Arrows, Mississippian unique unit, increased bombard strength. +3 combat strength against siege, applies burning status to tiles for 2 turns. So I'm going to assume that's a damage over time, which is quite nice. Mississippian unique merchant, civilian who can establish a trade route with important resources, gain 25 per resource acquired when creating the trade route. That's really nice for us. The Pot Cop, +1 gold, +1 food for every adjacent resource, Mississippian unique improvement. Unique improvement on what? Flat. This is probably replacing the farm. There's basically a farm that also gives gold. Persia. Infantry units receive +3 combat strength when attacking. Man, that with Xerxes would be freaking terrifying. Ah, yeah, it is terrifying because I was playing Frederick Persia. Because I had the Gate of All Nations, which is really nice. Monk's Mound, 4 foods +4 resource cap on the settlement. Monk's Mound is, yeah, Mississippi, Amina, Mississippi. Sounds like a really good combo, actually. Persia, the Gate of All Nations. This one I do know. It gives you +1 war support in all wars. Immortal, Persian unique unit. Heals 15 hit points after defeating an enemy unit. That's pretty nice. I was not Persia, I just built the Gate of All Nations. Right, because every civilization has a unique wonder which is unique to them, and then one wonder that they build more quickly. So Persia builds the Gate of All Nations more quickly. With Frederick, I'd built that. No, it's 2 support support. 2 war support. But I didn't have the production bonus, so I have not actually played this. You do, however, get the Hazaparatis, which starts with the initiative promotion. So actually, yeah, Persia and Frederick would be a good combo. +1 culture and gold. Persian unique improvement. Does not remove the warehouse. Cannot be placed adjacent to another Piadeza. How do you know which improvement you're getting? Without that critical piece of knowledge, we're going to move on to Rome. +1 culture and districts in the capital and city centres in towns. Again, this is town gameplay. We want cities. We are probably not going to be right. Legion. Roman unique infantry unit, +2 combat strength for every tradition in the government. Don't know what traditions are. They're not policies. Oh, unless traditions are the cultural policies. That might be it. And I think you keep those. Because most policies are only for their age, but I guess traditions are ageless. Interesting. Legatus, Roman unique army commander, gains 1 charge to create a new settlement for every 3 levels it has. Again, this is about building lots of towns. And in fact, even with the Legatus, you can build new settlements, so you don't need to build settlers. Actually, yeah, that is quite nice. Forum. Roman unique quarter, created by constructing the Basilica and the Temple of Jupiter in the same district, +1 culture and gold for every unique tradition in the government. +4 gold, +1 influence adjacency for culture and wonder, +3 happiness, +1 culture adjacency for happiness buildings and wonders. Alright, so we need to pick some of these. So Mississippi, 100% on that list, because that just seems to gel really well with what we do good anyway. Then there was Aksum, which is extra golden resources. We're going to have a lot of resources. Also, the really good trade. So going down the hole, it's just good business. Aksum makes sense. It's also another really good trade. So whereas Mississippi is going to have better growth in cities, Aksum is just pure money. With, interestingly, a little bit of wonder focus. So we'll need to try and get some production going too. Ah, thank you, intro. Colosseum, +3 culture, +2 happiness and quarters within the city. So you want to build tall. But that's again just going to be in the capital. Egypt. +1 production on navigable, +30% production on pyramids. I don't think we're going to be focusing production that much, so I think that this is between Aksum and Mississippi. We don't really do influence. Let me just double check our bonuses again. Gold for resources, resource capacity, combat on plains and deserts. So we could be aggressive. Han. Means towns grow faster, which means we could turn them into cities faster. Great Wall is good for our defenses. And then the Shidafu basically just allows us to build taller. You know what? Han is an option. Khmer. Rivers do not remove natural yield of the tile. And they do get unique merchants who can move along rivers faster. I just kind of feel like Aksum is a better version of this. But then again, in the ancient age, you can't travel over oceans. So actual water trade is going to be kind of limited, so Khmer might be better interior trade, which is valuable. Moria is happiness, we don't care about that. Meier just seem bad. Mississippi we've already put. Persia is good when attacking. But I don't think it really gels with what we want to do, and Rome definitely doesn't. I think it's these four. Mississippi, Aksum, Han, and Khmer. I'm going to make this a 2-minute vote because there's only 4 choices here. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And it only took us an hour to get this far. Right, then there is one other thing, which I'm not actually sure how you access. No. Because there's something which is, again, hidden. Each civilization has unique civics. And I haven't actually seen a way of accessing those unique civics at this stage of the game. It's just hidden. But I'm not going to worry about them as much. They do definitely seem to be aligned around the civilization you're playing as. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. We're getting towards the end of the vote. Who do you think we should play as? The food and trade, the bigger cities, or the inland trade? Well, sorry, it's food and trade, ocean trade, big cities, internal trade. Alright, and the votes are in! And it came right down to the wire. Clearly being jostled over until the very end. So, in last place, with 3% of the vote, we have the Han, which did seem like the weakest of the 4, so I'm not that surprised. In third place, the interior traders, the Khmer, with 7% of the vote. And then going face to face to the hills, to the very end, you have the Mississippians and Aksum. Aksum would have lost the legitimate vote and lost the actual vote. Mississippi was both bought and legitimately voted for. And so it's definitely the legitimate choice. We're going to be playing as Mississippi. So this is more about extracting our own resources rather than trading for them, but that's fine too. Okay, difficulty. We are going to be playing Viceroy or Sovereign? I think Sovereign. I'm trying to remember what I was doing in the multiplayer game because I actually felt relatively good. I think we'll go Sovereign. Like in the tutorial game, you're playing Governor. That's way too freaking easy. AI is just brain dead. Game speed, I think we'll leave on standard. Multiplayer I was doing quick and that was way too quick. Either standard or epic. Let's go standard. Looks like you're 2 minutes behind on YouTube. Oh man, Eric, I'm sorry. Map type. Okay. So we have continents plus. Of course it doesn't tell you what they actually mean, because that would be helpful. Could do Terra Incognita. Let's do Terra Incognita. Who knows what this means? Map size, we are going standard, because small is way too freaking small. And we do have some advanced options. Even here it doesn't tell you what these actually mean. And standard, by the way, is the largest map size. That's another thing which is a bit of a joke here. Age length standard, disaster intensity. Let's go moderate. Crises, absolutely. Random seeds, we'll do those. Player settings, everything should just be random. 8 players. Fine. And we start in antiquity. There are 2 larger sizes, but they're locked because of spawning issues. Yeah, so while this is loading, and you will see this as soon as we begin the game, but the UI in this game is flipping massive. Like, it is way too big. And apparently, and I've heard this from just one person, but I actually believe the reason is because they tried to make this portable with Switch.
A great dais rises from the earth, heralding a new day. What the Mississippians build will uphold the world.
So everything is really, really big because of the Switch and the fact you have to be able to do this on console, because they had simultaneous ship between PC, console, and handheld on the same day. So I am confident that they will patch this to make, for example, the UI scalable so you can make it smaller. And then also just things like missing tooltips, because I guess you can't really do tooltips on the Switch. Yeah, it's... interesting choices were made. Let's just put it that way. Amina, the warrior queen Amina, rose to power when the trade routes of the Sahara began to provide access to a larger and larger world. A callous and single-minded conqueror, she led the Horsa people on a campaign of expansion towards pre-colonial Sahel, and she was set to take a lover in every city she vanquished, only to kill him in the morning. In uniting the lands, Amina conquered according to her own fashion, with a sword, not a man, at her side. And the sword is pretty cool. Mississippian Empire. The Mississippians, named for the river near where their earthen mounds stand, leave no writing behind, but their archaeology tells a complex society, a political system where cities waxed and waned in influence, maize farming and trade in copper, shells and hides. But by 1400, whether through natural or political means, the Mississippians had already faded into memory. Before you embark on your journey to create an empire that stands the test of time, take a look at some of the fundamental concepts in the latest installment of the city. Once you begin the game, you'll see tutorials that will teach you how to play, and expert advisors will guide your decisions. Civilopedia will be available at any time, where you can refer to any of the game's concepts and learn the game's history behind them. History is built in layers. A game of Civ 7 consists of multiple ages. Each turn brings a step closer to the next age. Some important events are a leap forwards. Each age presents its own unique gameplay, new challenges, and an opportunity to change your strategy. Your leader remains the same, but at the end of each age, you will choose a new civilization with a different set of abilities and units at your disposal. The legacy you create with each civilization will carry into subsequent ages. Greater history. Legacy paths are a primary means which you can create continuity from age to the next. Each age presents four such paths: economic, cultural, scientific, and militaristic. Whether you focus solely on one or diversify your efforts, your progress you make will grant you unique and powerful abilities in the next age. In the final age, once you complete a legacy path, you'll have the opportunity to perform one or more decisive feats to seal your victory. Changes on the horizon. Every game of Civ 7 is its own journey, as you will see from the following tutorials and advisor messages. There are also countless ways to build an empire that stands the test of time. To make the most of your journey, try to remain open to these ideas and willing to adapt when necessary. Good luck. Remember, you can always open the Civilopedia for more information. You can revisit this guide at any time via the pause menu. Here your journey begins. Raise an empire from humble beginnings to greatness and write your own version of history. That's a lot of desert. That's really unfortunate. Although we do get combat bonuses in desert, but I'd still prefer just plains. Greetings, Amina! With a new vision comes the Mississippian people ready to put down roots in these fertile lands. Your founder has the ability to establish the first city. It's like, I don't need the tutorial. I have seen this before. Thank you. So, we can build up here, which is top of a cliff. It is adjacent to Oasis. I was hoping it would show me the city overview, but it didn't. And we are right next to Silk from the very start. We do have rivers and then marble down here. If we hover over... Oh, it doesn't tell us what they do. What it did. Let's choose our production. So, the first thing which I do like is the first thing you build takes just one turn. I can't remember if Scouts or Warriors are more expensive, but there is no really bad choice here. I think I'm going to go with the Scout for the first one and the Warrior for the second, because I would like to start exploring as soon as possible. And then after this, they cost the same. Okay, good to know. Or we could build a granary, which would increase the amount of food we get, which would increase the speed that our city grows at. But I think we want to get another unit. We need to reset the game with tutorial disabled to get out of tutorial mode. Alright, we'll reload the game then.
A great dais rises from the earth, heralding a new day. What the Mississippians build will uphold the world.
Also, yeah, it did take an hour and 10 minutes to get to our first turn. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to explore through the nicer terrain. So we're going to go southwards with the Scout. And then here we can either build a granary, which will provide extra food on farms and also provide extra food, but it will be an urban district. Or we can build another Scout or get a Warrior. Let's get a second Scout. You can really look around then. Technologies. So let's take a look at the tech tree. So this tech tree is pretty extensive, actually. It's more extensive than I kind of expected for each age. Bearing in mind that this is just 1/3 of the tech tree. There'll be another one for the exploration age and another one for the modern. We start out with agriculture already done. Then we can choose sailing. With the fishing key, we're not on a navigable river, so this seems completely pointless. We get pottery, which gives us the brickyard, which would allow us to increase our production. It will also upgrade our plantations and clay pits. Plantations being resource improvement. Clay pits being I'm not sure when it builds a clay pit. Then animal husbandry is the saw pit, which gives you production on camps and woodcutters. Burning arrow, those are our special archers. Then extra production on camps and woodcutters, and then food on pastures. We are going to have a plantation from here. That's going to be a warrior or mine. And we have a non-active volcano down there. I'm thinking pottery, just because I like pottery. Although animal husbandry is tempting. We don't have any woodcutters near us. No, let's go for pottery. We'll get the growth going first. And we are on Azania. Okay. Let's go around the volcano before it starts erupting on us. Lots of horses down here, so cavalry is going to be good. Meanwhile, we can grow our city. So here we can see the different things we can get. So we can get a clay pit. Ah! So Oasis is clay pit. So I wonder if Rivers... No, Rivers is farming as well. We can get woodcutter here in the sagebrush desert, which will give us 1 gold. We can get a farm here, which will get us gold, production and happiness. A farm down here, which is just food and production. A mine, which is just production, and then a plantation, which is production, culture, and happiness. I think I probably just want the straight-up farm for the extra growth and the extra production. Production early on is really helpful. So we'll just build a desert farm. Oh yes, we are in the European continent. And Azania is just over here. Not very far away. Oh yeah, and there is an oasis under the volcano. Interesting. I'll turn the music down a bit. One complaint I definitely have about this game, I do not like the music. I find it very annoying. Right. Let's just continue exploring in a somewhat circular motion so I can see what's immediately around us. Hello, Jacques. Oh yeah, camels over there. Oh, camels are fantastic for us. Increases the number of resources that can be assigned to a city by 2. Hello. Horses gives +1 combat strength for cavalry and an additional combat strength against infantry. Gypsum, +2 production in the capital, +4 if built in another city that's not the capital. Rough plain, marble, production towards wonders in grassland, tundra and marine. Silk, +10% culture. That's all we found so far. Got some more marble. And we have a luxurious encampment. So there are different types of discoverable village huts in this. I've seen encampments, I've seen campfires, I've seen caves, and now luxurious encampments. Each of them, I'm sure, does something different. We get our scout and another growth point next turn. It's good. So we've discovered a scout belonging to a hostile city-state. So we are going to start getting attacked by them at some point, which is when we will want a warrior. But I think right now I'm going to get the granary just so that we can keep growing. Then after we've got the granary, I think I'll get the warrior. I guess I'll put that in the rough plains. Why are you getting 4 here? Right, this is actually telling us the biggest bonus that one tile can give. It's not saying what it gets overall. Doesn't say anything about adjacencies. So this is again one of those areas, like why is this a 4 and this... Like why is the northwest? It doesn't say it has an adjacency to resources, but clearly it does. We have the adjacency to resources. Duh! Yeah, it's an empire bonus. But then why does this? Because it has the marble here, it's adjacent to 2. That's actually a really powerful tile, being adjacent to 2 resources. And there are certain things which explicitly call out resource adjacencies. So I'm going to build it here where it's... No, it's adjacent to 1. I'm going to build it here. Because you are not an adjacency building. Okay, growth. So we can get the silk now, which will give us the culture bonus. We could build down here, which gets us closer to the marble. Although that's only for wonder production. Or we just keep going with the farms for the extra food and production. If we build here, we can get the horses sooner, and also the camels sooner. You know what? We're going to go here. And then we have our second scout, so we're going to send you off in this direction just to take a look around. And then we're going to build that, and then I'm going to just queue up a warrior, because we're going to need one. If there's a hostile city-state nearby, we're going to need some defenses. Don't forget that rural and urban tiles pop borders. Yep. Party of noblemen has had a successful hunt. They instruct their servants to leave what they cannot carry, but there's no shortage of hungry mouths back home. So we can take some food and money, or we can say don't risk conflict and get happiness to a celebration. Don't care about celebrations. I do, however, care about money. After all, you can buy happiness. What difficulty? Sovereign. Let's see if we can get out of the river. Ooh, iron. And gold. And another volcano. There's a lot of resources around here. So gold, plus 20% gold towards purchasing buildings. That in towns would be phenomenal. Iron, plus 1 combat strength for infantry units. And then even more marble. Sheep, plus 2 production, plus 2 happiness. Actually, the plus 2 happiness in more distant cities can be really helpful. And then once we have chiefdom, I think that's when we can start getting... When can we get settlers? So we can't yet. This river becomes navigable, so the coast must be over here somewhere. Some more sheep, we have some cotton, plus 2 food, plus 2 production, and some kaolin, plus 2 food in the capital, plus 4 in any other city.
All are made of clay.
Alright, so we now have the brickyard, which will give us additional production on clay pits, mines and quarries. Plus 1 food on plantations, plus 1 production on clay pits. And we also have a growth. So we now get the food on the plantation from the silk farm if we wanted to, but I think I actually want to try to get closer. Well, resources don't matter yet. We actually have 5 slots already, and we don't have any resources. So getting the camels right now, not exactly necessary. So we can get that growth somewhere else if we want to. Although building here on the horses gets us 2 production, but I think what we want to do is the silk. We'll get the extra culture, which allows our cultures to start growing, and then the food and the production. We could also build on the desert to get that clay pit, which now has the production. Wait, now has, or is about to? Now has. I think I'm going to go for the plantation. Let's get that culture growing. Narrative choice. Control over your nature. Silkworms labour under the gentle care of their minders. Scholars wonder whether they should be domesticated and made to produce more thread. But they're living creatures, a gentle worm tender says. Can we be so sure of their desires? So we can domesticate them and get extra gold. We can respect their agency for extra science. Usually I'd go for the science, but... money. Okay, new technology. So we can now choose writing, sailing, or animal husbandry. Writing does have the library, which means more science. It also has the great stele, which was the Khmer bonus. No, not Khmer, the other one. Axum. But we're not Axum, we're Mississippi. But libraries are basically always useful. Like, extra science is just good. Also, libraries, plus 1 science for each adjacent resource. We love buildings that are adjacent to other resources. We're going with writing. It'll take a bit longer, but so it goes. Yeah, we don't really benefit from any of the others. Ooh, elephants. More gypsum over there. Ivory, plus 10% production towards wonders placed in tropical plains and desert. And then we have a cairn over there that we can go and explore. And this is a cliff, so we can't go that way, and then these mountains are blocking our regress otherwise. There is also a wreckage over here we can get. Interesting. Next to the city-state guy. An elder of this remote village has died. The body is wrapped in vibrant hand-woven textile in colours and patterns, the stories of its creators. So we can gain culture, or we can take the textiles. I think right now I'm going to take the culture, which will help us finish this off. So, our first civics, we can either get mysticism or discipline. Mysticism comes with a policy which is priesthood, which gives us +2 gold in all settlements. We can then build the altar, and we also unlock a pantheon, which is pretty nice and early. Or we get discipline, which increases our scouts' movement and sight. We gain a free army commander, and we can build the Sharukin. I think I'm going to go discipline, just because that free army commander is really helpful. Okay, and now we have our government. So the type of government on a day-to-day basis doesn't matter as far as I can tell. However, every time you have a celebration, you get one of these bonuses. Not both, one of. So we can either have culture or wonder construction, science or infantry, food or building production. Was it Mississippi that had the wonder bonus? How do I see the bonuses again? No. So the wonder building culture is kind of irrelevant. Science and infantry construction could be good, but that's more militaristic. I think we want building construction and food. Big cities again. Happiness and culture like mountain next to them too. Food and gold like water. Science and production like resources for adjacencies. Okay, good to know. Every civ gets a wonder bonus towards their specific wonder. Mine is the Monk's Mound. Yes, it is. But we haven't got the Monk's Mound yet. Okay, so policies. So our government has one policy slot. We can choose to either have a charismatic leader for extra culture or tool making for production and science. Right now, I care about production and science. I want to build things more quick. Ah, and now we also have the Mississippian civics, which are in here. So Earthworks gives us access to the pot cop. And we also gain just a flat 10% bonus towards constructing buildings. That's really nice. The mastery of that increases our settlement limit, gives us shell-tempered pottery, which gives us a gold adjacency for resources. And then the Monk's Mound, which is the base yield food plus 4 resource capacity in this settlement. Must be built next to a river. The Wahi. Burning arrows can pillage within 2 tiles for a movement. And then the Tassa is extra range combat for ranged units when defending. Sorry, extra combat strength when defending. And the Kanaha. Plus 2 resource capacity in the capital. Plus 1 gold and happiness for every imported resource. I think I still want the army commander, but after this we'll probably do earthworks. Micro settlers up. 2 scouts. Sundunya Hattusa. So we have 2 hostile villages now. It is a very good thing that we started building this warrior. So we can either continue down the river or we could cross over. Well, let's go to here first. Scavengers picking through the battlefield remains begin play fighting with rusted swords. Their form needs work, but the swings are solid. So we can gain a warrior if we spend 1 turn of gold, which is 6. Or we can just leave them be for influence. I'd love to have a spare warrior. Sure. Scavengers' rusty swords have been replaced with sharp ones, ready for the next battlefield. We can actually send this warrior off to go and fight these scouts. I kind of like that idea. There are definitely plenty of rivers around us, particularly going down here southwards. Though this is quite a rough area and we like flat. The desert is flat. There's also a lot of resources and also a river here. It's not a terrible location. Oh, scouts apparently ignore vegetation, do they? Doesn't say they do. Usually vegetation takes 2 turns to enter. Alright, those scouts are just running away. There's the coast. We may as well head back to base as those scouts ran off. Right, we built the granary. I was like, why is this warrior taking so long? Ah, now we can get a settler. Well, let's go ahead and queue up a settler after we've got this. Well, do we need a second warrior or do we just go straight for the settler? You know what? Let's just go straight for the settler. More desert over on this side. Does give production and happiness. Oh no, just production. Why does that not give happiness? There is Hattusa. They're actually not where I expected them to be. And Hattusa is a village. It is not a city-state. Or is it? It just hasn't expanded. No, it is a city-state. So the Hittites. There is apparently a difference between what these guys do, but I have seen no way of seeing what that actually is. Or you could spend influence, 170, to start boosting your friendship with these people, which will eventually turn them from hostile to neutral, and then neutral to friendly, and then friendly to city-state. Use the square below the scouting UI for more sight. Yeah, I know you can do that. I like moving around. That forces you to stand still. So we have 5 turns basically to choose where this new settlement is going to go. I'll leave you back in base and just fortify. There's another volcano here with some mountains that's going to block my passage around here. Slightly annoying, but not the end of the world. Symbol by the city-state shows the type of city-state. Hattusa is coined so it's economic, but it doesn't say anywhere what economic means. Like, well, what does that do? He shot me! That's very rude. Ooh, very mountainous area. These warriors may well come after me, so there's some more iron there. Ah, wine. +2 happiness in the capital, +10 culture when in a celebration. Incense, +10% science. That's quite nice. Meanwhile, the city has grown again. So we can claim the horses for 1 food and 2 production. We can go for a farm here for 2 food and 1 production, or on the river. I think I still want the growth. So let's go for the river. A rural river. And it's going to be next to the volcano, so the volcano erupts. Hopefully it just provides ash, which is more fertilization, which will give us more food. Beautiful. You're attacking me. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to get away from you very easily. We'll just keep running. Meanwhile, the settler is done next turn. Cool. So far, a decent amount of space around us, which is nice. And then we just had a river flood, which actually increased the amount of food in these tiles. This one. But it can cause damage if you have buildings there, which may take a turn or two to repair. But anyway, we have our first settler, so where do we want to go with this guy? I'm fairly sure that a city over here, using the rivers, would be quite nice. A city over here, in fact, if we click on the settler, it'll show us suggested locations. So the ones with blue have access to fresh water. The ones with yellow don't have fresh water but can still be a good site. And then red is just saying this is not a good spot, though you can still build there. And the ones on major rivers have flood risks. I'm thinking probably down here. Doesn't have fresh water and it doesn't tell you anywhere, but lack of fresh water means that you will have -5 happiness. There are a lot of resources around here, which would be really nice for us. I can kind of see you growing in this direction, so maybe we want to build around here. It's kind of too bad we haven't explored a bit more around there. I'm thinking along this river, maybe like here. Yeah, I'm liking that spot. Right there. What? That is actually... It's faster because you don't know what's out here. No, that's really bad pathing. We're going to send you here. And the warriors to go and look after you on your way. Because I get another warrior in 3 turns. And then after that, I think what I probably want to do is build a brickyard so I can get that extra production going. But we'll worry about that when that warrior is done. Meanwhile, let's have you over here just to explore all of this. And sit on the river. We're going to take a look down this way. Nice flat area here with, again, lots of resources. This is potential. Settlements only expand in a 3-hex ring from where they are placed. I'm trying to think if that's true. I know there are limitations, though it feels like there really shouldn't be. Of course, it doesn't say that anywhere. It doesn't say that anywhere. That's how it was in previous civilizations. So if we build, where was it? Here? 1, 2, 3. So yeah, these will all be in range. a friendly scout. So there is another town down this way, probably, who doesn't immediately want to kill us. Which is awfully nice of them. And in fact, there's another friendly town, Gungnei. So we could try to befriend you, if we wanted to. There are a lot of resources up here as well. You know what? We haven't met any other nations yet, so sure, let's go ahead and befriend you. So for 15 turns, we gain +2 influence. Where are you going? Oh, for fuck's sake.
A great dais rises from the earth, heralding a new day. What the Mississippians build will uphold the world.
Stupid way.
A great dais rises from the earth, heralding a new day. What the Mississippians build will uphold the world.
Okay. What was I trying to get you to here? Is there a cliff there? Why are we going this way? Don't think it really matters either way, except that you're now closer to the volcano. Gungnei we have found. We're going to befriend you. I think I may have done that a turn early, but never mind. And you... just go this way. Yeah. Keep on exploring. And you can do the same. Although now that we know that Gungnei is friendly, I am tempted to have you just sit here for a few turns and just heal up. So you don't immediately die. Because that would suck.
Do nothing which is of no use.
Okay, so we have got the army commander now. Cool. So what I would like to do, I think, is get the earthworks next. This will allow us to get the pot cup. And also gives us just a flat 10% construction boost building buildings, which sounds awesome. The Sahel Dawn. Amina's people gather behind her, ready to organise under her command. Their will is strong, but by what means shall they conquer the world? So we can conquer the world by gold. So you're saying if we have a merchant, we gain 200 gold? Well, they're blades. If we have a commander with 2 promotions, you'll get a third one for free. I think gold. Well, no, you can trade with city-states, I think. I usually kill them, so I'm not so sure. One thing I have against the game, the tech quotes are horribly uninspired. Yeah, but after 6 games, at least 3 of them having tech quotes, they probably are running out. Yes, you can. Alright, I'm going to trade with the merchant. Alright, so we built the second warrior that we wanted. So we could start working on that settler in 7 turns. Or we could get that brickyard for extra production. Let's get the settler going. And here we have our army commander with soldiers. So I'm going to go ahead and press the assemble army button, which then moves these soldiers into his inventory basically. And then you can move them around as just a singular unit. I'm going to send you off to go and assist the settler here. There are some hostile warriors, so you may be about to die. You were attacked, but not killed, so we're going to run away, and we're going to send you home to rest. So the scout is over here. I'm actually kind of wondering if I want to keep the commander closer to home. Let's move you forwards 1. Because you've moved, I can't deploy. That's slightly annoying. I should have just deployed him. And I could have started attacking the scout and got you some experience. Because any combat that happens near the commander gains
The
experience.
spoken word conquers all thought, but the written word commands it.
Alright, library. We can now get Great Stele and Research Initiative, which is just like the project thing. Narrative. The Mississippians gather, baskets in hand, to mould the earth according to their vision. As they bear soil and clay to each new mound, they celebrate their growth and the future they lay for their children. So we can gain 25 culture, or we can gain 50 gold. We have 200 gold. I think I'm going to take the gold, because we could purchase the brickyard. We have the money for it. If we saved a bit more, we'd be able to get the library instead. No, let's get the brickyard, because that's going to be extra production, which just helps everything. And the brickyard, I think I'm actually going to build in exactly the same tile as the granary, because we don't really want it to benefit from the adjacencies. It doesn't benefit from the adjacencies. And this will also turn you into a quarter, so we can put a specialist there if we want to. Okay, so we have writing. We could get the mastery for writing, which is basically the upgraded writing, which will give you normally bonuses. So the mastery for this, +1 science and science buildings, and then also a codex. Codexes are science artifacts that you can slot into science buildings for even more science. I do like getting the mastery for writing, so I think I will. And you are going to select him, deploy you, have you. Well, I moved you to hopefully block him so he can't run away. Meanwhile, it really doesn't matter where you go. Oh, we have an active volcano nearby. And it has in fact just erupted. In the same turn it became... Ooh, more camels! Okay, suddenly this has become more of a priority area because we want to grab as many of those camels as we can. No! I was going to heal you! I'd forgotten that this guy was there. I do wish there was an undo. Except I've revealed territory, so maybe not. Don't usually save scum this much. This is what, the 3rd time already? Although at least one of those was because of a bug.
A great dais rises from the earth, heralding a new day. What the Mississippians build will uphold the world.
I like settlers have combat strength now, so it's not an instant capture. Yeah, that's a lot
The
nicer.
spoken word.
So we decided right into the gold, the brickyard, where the granary is. You go here. You can stay where you are. You move here. You move here. You stay where you are. You run the hell away. I remembered! There we go. No time lost, really. Okay. Next turn, we'll be able to establish a city here. That scout still got away. What about zone of control? Oi! You go ahead and rejoin that army. And then the army... well, this settler is ready in 4 turns. Where are we going to go with you? North? South? I think probably south. I do like this region. Maybe like here? We don't know how many resources are actually nearby, though. There may be more down here. I think that's a bit of a dangerous one. We could build a city like there. And you get all of these resources. That's actually quite a good spot. I like that spot a lot. We'll build over here. We'll keep you near just to fortify. Hopefully this volcano doesn't erupt. Because they can do damage. Oh, you don't have zone control yet. Interesting. Okay. You go ahead and build Usa. Immediately builds a road between our settlements, which is very nice. And our capital has grown again. If we go here, that's food, 2 production, gold, and happiness. I think that's probably the most productive we're going to get. And then this town, I think we're going to go for the 2 foods, because right now we just want you growing. You are a town, you get 50% more growth. Interesting that you get more food here and not on the river. And then you can, I think, basically just fortify here for the time being. You're almost healed up, so you should be back in business shortly. Wadi Hanifa flooded. This one down here. Catty has become... Haha! I moved you away just in time. Alright. More turns we wait. Gungay will convert to a city-state soon with suzerain they've bestowed a gift. They have. So in 7 turns they become a city-state, which is exactly how many turns we have left in the befriend, so perfect. Emissaries from Gungay have arrived and pronounced that Mississippian Empire deserves all glory and respect. To honour the friendship between the 2 peoples, they present a generous gift. One should catch. Not going to say no to that. Those are the Gungai settlers. Okay, so apparently a settler and a commander can't be on the same tile at the same time. We were going to build... Oh, you can't build there. Why? These resources are still in range. Why can't you build here? I'm going to move there. We can always move down here afterwards if we need to. We've gone way away from the commander. Well, hopefully you can take a hit or two. Alright, library. We built this in just 6 turns. Perfect spot right here between these two resources. Bonus food, bonus science. It's a great spot. Meanwhile, you have healed up enough. Let's get moving again. If it's red, it means there's a settlement. We're restricting their placement. I don't know that that's true. Like, there's no settlement blocking this. Oh, those are resources. I doubt that there's a settlement down here. There's no settlement in here blocking it. I don't think the red means squat. I'm going to be honest. Oh, within 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Oh, no, it is there. Huh. These count as settlements for that purpose. So there's got to be another settlement in here. That's a little disappointing. I mean, in which case we could come down here. One thing I do wish there was a way of turning this overview off, because it's really hard to see the underlying terrain. Well, have it so it wasn't quite as bright as this. Like, tone down the transparency. Or tone up the transparency, rather. Because you get horses, gypsum, camels. Those horses are too far away from my capital if that is indeed out of the way. Dates is happiness. And building anywhere around the watering hole gives us the fresh water. Can even build on top of it. 1, 2, 3. We need to build here. That would get the horses and the gypsum. No, it's just out of range. Send the settlers there, but still send the army over this way because I'm curious about what's over here. Deploy this turn. Is that hostile? Go murder the scouts, like they've been trying to do to me. We love the council day! Okay, so this is one of the celebrations, so for 10 turns we can have either extra food or extra building construction. I think I'm going to go for the food, because I'm going to assume that's everywhere, including towns. And we have another policy. I think I'm going to go for the scouts movement to the site. We are still in the exploration phase. And are now,
I peered down. I took up the ruins. Screaming, I took them. From there, I fell back again.
Have them all. Which I guess is this. Gulfoss. +1 culture and production 2 adjacent rural, grants fresh water. 6 food. Cool. You attack the commander. That's rude. Well, the commander is going to attack you. So there. Deploying this time. You're growing. Excellent. I think I want you to continue growing, so get me some more of that food. Let's go this way. Horses, they're out of range, just. So is that gypsum. That's a lot of jade. And some more bad guys. We still haven't found that Segunya village. We found Hattusa, we found Gungne, but not Segunya. Those are hostile slingers. I think I want to wait until they get closer. There we are, battle is joined. And so my general starts gaining some experience. Oh, these are on plains. Oh, a desert rather. So I'm getting my +5 combat strength. Ha ha! Yes. That slinger disappeared, but I'm sure you're still around here somewhere, so I'm not going to move away. That's a lot of bad guys. Let's go this way so you can't immediately get attacked. We've met Confucius of the Han. So we could be friendly towards you. This will reveal Chanan. It will cost me just 20 influence, which we can easily afford. Sure, we'll be friendly. Okay, so we have a couple of endeavours that we can do. We can do the military aid, which will give us +2 combat strength, or we can do open markets, which will give me more money. I don't feel like I need the cash, but we are dealing with a lot of rebellious towns at the moment. So let's see if I can get some military aid from you. Yeah, accepted. Good. I also feel like he's quite likely to send me trade agreements. Yes, I hope he is.
The spoken word conquers all thought, but the written word commands it.
Okay, so we got writing 2, so extra science and science buildings, we've got the codex, and then we can now also steal tech as an espionage action. Start to overlap with them. In here you'll still overlap. At least you're not overlapping with the capital. I mean, the main thing that I care about here, honestly, is the camels. I really do wish I'd seen a bit more here in the south. But this game is all about controlling resources, so I think it does make sense to move you here. In fact, having a city here, you would have gotten everything anyway. turns to get there. I think I like that spot more. The dream visitor. With a start, chieftain awakes from a restless sleep. In dreams, they were visited by a birdman, a powerful warrior holding a rattle fashioned from the skulls of their enemies. Before travelling to the upper world, the birdman promised to retrieve the souls of the chieftain's kin from the realm of the dead. So I can get a free codex or 50 culture. I'm going to take that codex because that's science for the rest of the game. I can't use it right now. Codexes are in here. So it's currently sitting in the archive because the palace only has the one slot. But as soon as I get the library, I get another 2 slots. So we'll be able to hold the codex at that point. And we get that library in 2 times. And with that, we have our first promotion on our commander. So, looking at the promotions tab, you can see that there are 5 different areas that you can get promotions in. Each of these has different skill points that you can get, and then once I think you've completed a branch, you get a commendation. Whether it's leadership to get this one, or if it's leadership in any of these, I don't know. But generally, I do like going for assault, because this means that they can move immediately after unpacking from the commander. So you move the commander into spot, open up, and then they attack straight away, which is really nice. +2 combat strength for land units within the command radius when defending. Faster fortification. Lots of defenses of... yeah. At least this first commander I generally feel is more aggressive. I do like having assault. It's just really solid. Okay, so we got writing completed. Now we need to make a choice between sailing and animal husbandry, and I think we're going to go for the animal husbandry. Sailing just doesn't give us very much. We're trailing in technology. Oh, geez, yeah we are. But it is Confucius, and Confucius produces a lot of attack. Just chill there for another turn and get fully rested up. We're going to need to head back to heal that warrior up anyway, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add you to that commander. So you'll make your way over there automatically, which is a really nice feature. I'm losing this next to it. Thank you also. However, you are now blocked, standing here. I could have done lookout standing here just so you can look southwards. Although I think southwards is where I am most interested in going. So let's move around here and hopefully we can get there. You are going to join his army and you are just going to march over here to rest up. Meanwhile, this scout is ready to go. Good, because I really want to explore over this way. Is erupting. Not really doing anything against me, so that's fine. That's my volcano, however. So, food and production down here. Doesn't look like any damage was done, though. No damage. Meanwhile, this town can grow. So we can continue down the rivers to get the extra food. We could also move towards the iron, and I think that's probably the best idea. Let's go and grab this spot for the science, then we can get iron and marble. Meanwhile, Gungnei, city-state. So, Emporium allows construction of the Emporium unique improvement. Emporium provides 2 gold 2 gold in cities that have at least 1 resource assigned to them cannot be placed adjacent to another emporium. Mensari. Gold buildings receive +1 gold for every city-state I'm suzerain of. Gemstones receive lapis lazuli resource in the capital, +4 production, +5% gold. +5% gold for every city-state I'm suzerain of, or +5 trade range. I like getting the gemstones, because that's a resource, and I do really well with resources. Speaking of which, we can now slot in resources. So we've sent our lapis lazuli to the capital, and then also the silk. Good. Alright. This is our capital. We have now built all of the buildings that it is possible to get. We're going to hit our limit in terms of building territory. So maybe another warrior. It'd be nice to get an archer or something. What do I get? Husbandry. Which does give access to the burning bow. So I could go research initiative. Let's do that for 3 turns. And you've still got troops hanging around me, but that should, I hope, be okay. You, meanwhile, just run down this way. Meanwhile, we have met.
Akina newa halakwa yasi pemtheta yetepi kiki pasi pepaki. Nila hina. Te kamthe. Hina palowe yasi la match that.
Be friendly. So I could do open markets with him to get more cash. He's making 40 science. Confucius is having a great game. I produce 24, so I do produce more than he does. You only get gemstones once. If you become suzerain of a 2 gold city-state, it won't be there. We can choose any of the others. Makes sense. And you have arrived where you wanted to arrive to build this city. Just really hoping we'll be able to see a bit more of that. Meanwhile, the commander, you are going to chill here. Just to get my strength back. Cat erupts again. This time it did destroy my farm. But that's okay, we can repair you. This city's not actually building anything right now either. So we'll go ahead and repair the farm. Queue up ahead of the sides. A volcano in the distance with another border. Okay. And then you immediately... Here, getting over there is actually going to be a bit of a challenge because of all the mountains in the way. Well, let's go and grab the Kaolin. This will give you extra food. Capital because it's the only city at the moment. Kusa, too expensive to turn into a city yet. But we're going to be working towards that.
The king's cup was placed on a tumulus, with many arrows set about it.
So now I can build the pot cup, which is good. New civic. So the Wahi. Burning arrows can pillage. We get extra combat strength for ranged units. We really need that. Resource capacity in the capital. We want that, but probably not right now. Earthworks gives us another settlement limit. That is really potent. It's only 11 turns as well. Tactics is drill and terracotta army, which I don't really need. Discipline 2. +3 combat against independent powers at the moment would be really nice. But I think what we want is Earthworks 2 for that settlement limit. We can also build the Monk's Mound, which would be very useful for our capital. What's this on the way? But at least we can see that this is all just coastline now. There's Champa. I don't think Champa's the one that I was attacking. Should not have moved here. He's just going to attack me for free. How are you doing for combat strength? Gaining it slowly.
The caged bird watches butterflies with envy.
Okay, so camps and woodcutters are now productive, pastures are more productive, and we can now get the saw pit, which makes camps and woodcutters even more productive. Cool.
So, here we meet. And I gotta ask myself, you gonna be my friend or my foe?
Well, I really don't want to fight you, Harriet Tubman, because you'd be an absolute pain to be fighting against, so let's be friendly. That's all I can do. Okay, new technology. So we can get irrigation, which will give us hanging gardens, which is really nice. +1 food on farms in this settlement, +10 growth in all cities. Also gives us an expansionist attribute. Allow us to build the garden, which is a food booster, and also another settlement limit, which is really tasty. Or we could get masonry, which allows us to build walls, increases production as a mine and quarries, and then allows us to build the pyramids and monument. I think we want irrigation. Let's get that settlement limit. Not if I provoke her into declaring war on me, that's true. Ah. So that's a building, that's an improvement. So the pot cop is basically doing the same thing as a city growth? Yes. Okay, so I can replace bombs and clay pits. It doesn't say what you lose if you build this. I'm sure I lose production if I build that. Meanwhile, I think we probably want to start working on a new settler, because in 6 turns we finish irrigation, which is another settlement slot. Champa we know is hostile. Okay. I think I want to... Well, actually... You're going to be moving around here, so you don't need to go exploring that direction. So let's have you head southwards. See what's more in this area. Because actually, looking at the map, we've done way more exploring in the north than in the south. Oops. Kind of unfortunate, these two are really close to each other. See you, Intronite. Meanwhile, we have another growth. capacity, +1 gold for every resource assigned to a city. So we do want to be assigning resources pretty aggressively, which means getting resources pretty aggressively. So let's get the horses. No, because that's not assigning in a city. Horses are a global resource. Marble probably isn't. And camels probably aren't. Marble. It is an empire resource. Last! Well, for you, I definitely want you moving in the direction of getting the iron. So let's get the food and the production from the mine. You're moving down here, which is a little bit dangerous because there are hostile swordsmen, but it looks like our buddy is fighting against them pretty hard. Overall, my economy is not looking terrible to the others. We have... oh no, I have more settlements than they do, except for Texumer. Now I just need to try to sneak past Carthage with this guy. With these guys fighting, I might be able to do that. Maybe not. I think I need to go around. Which would be quite a long way around, to be fair, but I think it's going to be way safer if I do that. Oh, I could get... no, because I'd move here, they'd both attack me, I'd probably die. Run away! Run away! Diplomatic action. So Confucius wants to do the research collaboration. This is the one I would love to support, but I only have 40 influence and not the 60 I need to do that, so I will accept this. But that's why generally you want to try to save at least 60 influence for things like that. Meanwhile, my scout here was attacked. That's a little bit unfortunate. An especially rich nomad encampment and its sizable herd brings colour to the landscape. They're hard bargainers, but are willing to make a deal. So for 1 turn of food, 20 gold, we get 40 food, or I just get 50 gold. I think I'd rather take the money. 20 gold for 40 food is a terrible deal. Confucius has changed relationship. Still neutral. The summer has erupted, but that's not near me, that's this one. Still healing, it's fine. Meanwhile, Chusa has armies coming in. Potentially. So if I were to build another city right now, where would I go? I would probably piss everyone off and put it in here. Oh wait, that's just Confucius. That's my city-state. I was thinking that Harriet was up here as well, but Harriet's over here. Texumer, I haven't even seen. Meanwhile, growing the city down here. 4 food, 2 production, and a happiness from iron. Plus it makes all of my soldiers stronger. That sounds like a great deal to me. Let's do it. Meanwhile, I'm going to move the commander down here because they're clearly bringing soldiers in, and I don't like that. Oh, it's because you're erupting, so you're increasing the production of these. Right, that makes sense. Let's move you to here, then to here. You keep saying the agenda changes stuff, but I'm never really sure what the agenda does. This way. And you, I think I'm just going to have chill over here and just rest up. Because we could also build a city down this way. Get some more of the iron that way as well. I knew what was in this. Be helpful. Meanwhile, if the newbie city can grow, I'm going to grab the iron. So we're now getting +2 combat for all of our infantry, which is great. Meanwhile, the settler. And actually building here is not a terrible site. This is the first one that would be on a navigable river. So we would actually be able to do naval units from here. We wouldn't get the fish, but we would get you, potentially you if I'm quick. Potentially you, although we'd get them from the city-state anyway. Or we go over here and try to forward settle Confucius. I think that has more merit because we can grab all of these resources. Okay. Why'd you go into the river? Well, anyway, you're over here now, so you can rest. Yeah, this place is under attack, so we're going to go ahead and deploy the army. And because we have assault, we can straight away attack. They're sitting on a river. I have iron and I have military aid. We're not on flat. We're gaining experience in our general, which is the important thing. I think I'm going to need to pull that second unit soldiers back.
The essence of all beings is the earth. The earth water. The water plants. Plants man. And man speech.
Okay, so we can now get the garden. We can also get the hanging gardens, plus we have the extra settlement limit, which is nice. Bronze working would give me level 2 burning arrows and spearmen. Spearmen's a big upgrade. Barracks also tend to actually provide a lot of production. Let's go bronze work. Rest up. You keep on attacking this guy. You go back to the city. Next. Meanwhile, over here, I would like you to build me a burning arrow warrior. Or 2. Let's get 2. And then probably a saw pit, so we can get the production on camps and woodcutters. Although, this is one thing I really wish. Rather than telling me exactly how much I'm going to earn from just building it in one random location, tell me how much I'm going to get for developing all of the camps and woodcutters. Because actually looking at this, I have a woodcutter... Nope. There is a way. It's on here and here. Yeah, see, I have no actual woodcutters or camps, so actually the saw pit's pointless. We're going to be busy with those constructions now anyway. You just chill here. Just going to check to see if you would suicide if you attacked. Actually, no, I don't think you would. There's a tiny bit of green left. I think you'd be left on 1 hit point. This is a risk I want to take, though. I mean, this army is out of business for a while anyway. No, you know what? Just rest. You'll gain your strength faster. You're in town. They're attacking the city defences and taking a ton of damage in the process. I actually decided to rest. Now I will kill them. And they can't attack me because the cliffs are in the way. In fact, you can just keep on suiciding, basically. Against the city. So you just chill. You just chill. You'll arrive there next time. Good stuff! This is definitely going to piss Confucius off.
The king's cup was placed on a tumulus, with many arrows set about it.
So now we've got the Earthwork Civic, which is another building slot. So actually we should be building another settler, probably. Shell-tempered pottery. All buildings receive a +1 gold adjacency for resources. We have a lot of resources, so that's probably worth doing. Then obviously we do want to build the Monk's Mound. So we have a creek over here. And we're going to want to try to settle this bit as quickly as we can. We are the only one with 4 settlements. Confucius and Tekamir still only have 2. In fact, I think Tekamir's lost one. I wonder if he's at war with Harriet. Because Harriet has 3. Man, Confucius double the science output of anyone else. Over the horizon, there is always another horizon. Reach grows like the dawn. Again, an expansionist attribute point. That's nice. So the attribute points are the permanent bonuses for this leader throughout the rest of the game. So with the expansionist point, we can invest this in faster production of settlers. That sounds like a good plan to me. And then with that in mind, let's build a settler. And then this burning arrow that we've just built will have you go and reinforce this army. And they did indeed suicide themselves, or else they ran away, I'm not sure which. Let's just go chill in the army. And then rest everyone up. Meanwhile, the new city has built its thing. I'm going to go for the extra growth, so we can just claim as many tiles as we can. Let's try and get as many of these resources as we can before Confucius steals them. Meanwhile, another civic. The Kanaha would be nice for the extra resources. Honor, +3 combat strength against independent powers would also be good. But I think I'm going to get Mysticism, get that Pantheon upgraded, because that can be some pretty potent upgrades. Meanwhile, you are ready to start exploring. I would love to go over there. I think what I'm instead going to do is go here as a commander. So Hitachi might be in a bit of trouble. I need to be a bit more aggressive, I think, about building armies to reinforce all of these guys. Welcome back, Baseless. Just discovered Pachacuti.
Nukang gani Pachacutech, intich saminchaskang, apur kukunach churing, nokakahti katatatanku alpakuyochting hinarach.
I just said hi. I don't really care about the extra relationship with you. I'm hoping that he's further away. And now I'm gonna go to Confucius and try to tie you in with a military aid buff. Because I really want your relationship to improve. He supported it. Cool. And in fact, you're fighting against Carthage, so I'm totally fine with that being supported, because if you kill Carthage, that's good for us both. She's actually in a bit of trouble there. Who's this? Oh, Pachacuti's got a settler over here. Oh dear. 4 turns away from our next settler. Well, I wanted to go and explore in this direction, so that is precisely what I'm going to do. There's cameras here, which is a thing of serious note. Those dates, but not those ones. Or we build a city here and then another city over here. Man, we are being really expansionist. And I should also turn one of these into a city. Kusa. Although I want to wait until they're at 7 growth before I do that. I mean, we have loads of cash, so I should probably invest in purchasing some stuff. Like, I could actually get that other burning arrow maybe purchased. You know what? Let's do that. Maybe added to that army. Maybe because there's already someone on the way. Right, this place. We kind of want to nab that tea, I think. Yes, we do. So we'll go with the food and production. Tea has been nabbed. See what their city here is. Meanwhile, keep on this way. Oh, hello! Another hostile. Good grief! Look like they attacked me though, which is nice of them. I think I'm going to grab the gold. Right next to the active volcano. Seems appropriate. And let's see where that's being slotted in. Oh! Gold is a global! I really wish it made it a bit clearer which is global, which is city, and which is settlement. Huh. Okay, gold is way better than I expected. I mean, it makes sense. It's gold. Texamer wants to do a deal. I think I'm just going to accept this because I get more influence for this and he gets happiness. I want more influence. Yeah, that was influence. That's way better than 3 happiness. They've actually gone in the opposite direction, so I'm just going to carefully continue going this way. Oh. Okay, now you can join that one. think I might go and deploy my army to go and take out Chan Chan. Might want to try to befriend Hattusa as well. It'll cost a lot of influence though, which I definitely do not have. Alright, you... That river will slow you down. This guy could attack, but considering he's already damaged, it would suggest to me that he's already fighting something. So next turn I'll be able to sprint off in that direction. Well, there was a way of seeing how people felt about you. Currently plus 14. I've seen it where it's just a tooltip. It doesn't seem to be working here. It used to be if you just hover over the banner, it would tell you what the relationship was. Well, he's the only one that I really care about. Maybe Harriet Tubman, but to a lesser extent. Okay, you were attacked, but actually took very little damage comparatively. Okay, here we are on the outskirts of Harriet Tubman's territory, and she's clearly fighting a battle against city-states too. Now I am free and clear of the river, so I'm going to go up like this. Settler, next turn. At that point we need to make decisions. So it looks like it's 20 health when in a city, 15 in friendly territory, and 5 if you're outside. At least that I've seen so far. You want to grab the cotton. Oh, you already have the cotton. No, you don't. It's just in your borders. Grab the cotton, then we're going to try to grab this as well. Okay, so we have the settler. "14 turns to build a wonder." I would like to get the Monk's Mound. So I think what I'm going to do is get the Great Staley. And then the Monk's Mound. Needs to be on flat ground. I think I'm just going to build you over here. Does that make sense? Or I build you here. And then all of these start getting adjacencies. Just build you there. Ah, Creektown is producing cotton, which we could send somewhere else. Cotton is plus 2 food, plus 2 production. And there's only one town that really matters in terms of production right now, and that's the capital, so let's move you there. More places to build down here for sure. Ouch. Let's move over here and hopefully I can get you back to Hitichi and heal up. Meanwhile, this settler, so the space over here is still available. We could also move southwards. Actually, that's not a terrible spot. We get the camels, we get the iron, we get both of these. like that a lot, actually. That's a good place. Done! Oh, no, it doesn't get that camel, though. Hang on. A better place might be here. And then we build another one further south. We get both these camels, we get those horses. The gypsum, unfortunately, is lost. But getting 2 camels is really valuable. So we build it right in there. So what is the actual difference between this and normal difficulty? So easier difficulties, you get combat bonuses. I'm assuming that the AI gets various bonuses of various kinds. Your relationship with them probably breaks down quicker. I can't say officially because I don't know. Could move up to the navigable river just to take a look around there, but I don't think I really want to do that. These guys are friendly. These guys are very much not. Where are you lot from? Kutai Maridupa. Shingle, Kutai. So Kutai must be here. Then again, maybe not. Highest of Saldu. Love my... So you pointed out earlier that you can actually repair gold. Yeah, that's better. 7 turns, then I think I may actually buy Chusa. Turn it into another city. It. And you're on a cliff, so they have to come around this way to get to me. In which case, I am perfectly happy just sitting here and fortifying. I don't want to go up that way. This way is actually friendly, so I can look down here at Moreau. So Moreau is already... No, it's not being befriended. Oh, Moreau would be a great one to befriend. Cool. What about city-states? Are they less confrontational? No. Oh, at difficulty levels? Don't know. I don't think so, though. Even playing on Governor, there were a lot of hostile city-states. It seems to be usually 2 hostile city-states per player, which makes sense. Like Matusa, Chan is attacking me. Carthage and Champa attacking Confucius, or Sagunia. Carthage and Sagunia. Champa and somebody else is probably attacking Harriet. Okay, heal up here. And while my settler has arrived at the place I actually wanted you to be. Missouri. So I now have 5 cities. Harriet has 4. Texima is down to 1. So is Pakakuchi. And then Confucius has 2. And everyone's economy is still roughly the same. Let's have you spread this production towards the camels. We just want to lock down the camels as quickly as we can. 1, 2, 3. So we're just short of that iron. We've got whole horses instead. So we probably do want to build another city down here, like this super floody area. Local festival. You want to send me some influence. I will gladly accept your influence. Thank you. General promotion. So going down assault still, we can get +2 combat strength for ranged units when attacking. Or we can get the +2 for infantry when attacking. I think this time we can get infantry first. And then with that, we can attack you. We take no damage. And they take a bunch. And we get a little bit of experience as well. And this archer can probably do some more damage to you. May as well just rest up. So now I'm trying to save up 170 to get Moreau on my side. To our south. I mean, actually, that makes sense because both of these two are probably down there. A gradient dust storm. Yeah, we are in a lot of desert area, so that doesn't surprise me. No damage so far, but next time it probably will. Harriet Tubman got Mochi. I don't actually know what a Mochi is, so sure. As long as it's not Moreau. The Horned Serpent. The storm brings unprecedented rain, and a landslide reveals a jumble of bones within a great arching spine. Longer than any animal we have seen, it can only be the Horned Serpent. Our storyteller's tales are poison that died once, but will not stay dead. So we can gain culture. Or we get determined ability, +2 combat strength on warriors. The problem with that is in 3 turns, warriors are obsolete. We get spearmen. So I'm going to take the culture.
There is another world, but it is in this one.
So +2 gold in all settlements. Let's take a look at our policies right now. +1 gold adjacency for resources would be nice. Now this, I think, means tradition. I wonder if that's in the Civilopedia. Traditions, the unique social policies of each civ. So yes, it is those. Can be carried forward into the next stage, ensuring continuity and ongoing benefits as the civ evolves. These special policies are marked with a unique icon. So yes. That's cool. Now what do I want to get? Sawahi is combat strength for ranged units when defending. Burning arrows can pillage. Resource capacity in the capital. +1 gold and happiness for every imported resource. We haven't actually got currency yet, so we're not importing anything. Code of laws. Oratory. +2 influence per turn would be awesome. Merchant. This is where we get the merchant. Yeah, so we want code of laws. 23 turns. Satisfied at last, the writer sets down their quill. They've spent countless hours writing down words, only to scratch them out and rewrite them. All will be worth it if just one reader finds joy in this text. So we can get a codex or we can get influence. As much as I would love that influence, codexes at this stage of the game are just so strong. Speaking of which, should... Milestone complete. So we've got level 1 science, which gives us a science legacy point. So when we go to the next stage, we get bonuses related to which legacies we've unlocked. So we've got a little bit of science. So the next level we need to get mathematics and build an academy. And then just invest codices. Yes, we need mathematics in the academy. For economic, we need to get a Wathoni to a foreign land to initiate a trade route. We're going to do that fairly soon. Get trade relations with a civilization. We haven't done that yet. And then we need to start slotting more resources. Military, this is just going to be train units, assemble a full army. We'll get that one done fairly soon because we have 4 units. We just need to stop fighting. We need to get a siege unit and then capture an enemy settlement. And then this is just getting more territory. Then culture, we need to construct 2 wonders. We're building 1 right now, and then the rest is just build more wonders for more culture. Quite straightforward. Meanwhile, over here, we want to make sure that we capture that gypsum. Although that's the natural wonder. I forgot we were so close. Yeah, it is in our reach. Let's go towards the natural wonder. And then we have another celebration, so we can either get more food or we can get production for constructing buildings. I think honestly I'm just going to keep going for the food. I just like growth too much. And we have a policy, so now we're going to do the shell-tempered pottery, or gold adjacencies, and boom, up goes the cash. The quests are guides but don't actually help towards legacy goals. Really? Because it doesn't actually say that anywhere. Oh, first milestone, second milestone, third milestone. Huh. Okay. How am I today? How is Civ 7? It's good, but it definitely has issues. Ooh, we got our Pantheon really late. Is there anything about trade? +3 influence of the altar would be really nice, but that's gone already. Happiness adjacency for mountains and wonders. Growth rate in cities would be amazing. Culture. Healing in rural would be nice. So we can get +1 food on farms, pastures and plantations. Gold on camps and woodcutters. Production towards buildings. So wherever we have an altar, we would effectively have 20% faster building construction. One's gone already. Faster building settlers, but I feel like we're kind of reaching the end of where that's useful. Let's go with the building production. And that's right, we can be building buildings. I keep on forgetting we actually have money to do this. Which would be helping, especially the granaries. The Hitachi, we're going to get a granary as well. Creek. So it's only Missouri that didn't, because I don't have the money for that. But all of my towns should be growing faster now. Although Kasoa just hit level 4 growth. So I should probably have turned you into a city. At least you can specialise now, though I usually don't bother. Okay, be 50 now. That was a bit of a mistake. I should have got that. Anyway, Burning Archer. We should probably come down off of this hill. That's a lot of boats you have there, Meier.
There is one tree that speaks only to the austere mountain heads, to the mindful wind and the watching stars.
So, Redwood Forest. What's it do? +1 culture, and science and vegetated terrain in this settlement. But looks like Pachacuti is already down here. In fact, it looks like Pachacuti is fighting them. What civilization are we? We are Mississippi. Ah, you burned down my mine again! Damn volcanoes! Can't take you anywhere. Texame wants to share military aid. Military aid is something I would really like. Although I'm not fighting anything at the moment, you know what? I'll take your money. Because I'm just one turn away from defending that city. There's only a general here, but this is Carthage, who I'm fairly sure is more busy fighting than. Murder the scout. Murder. Ah, you didn't murder the scout? Oh, and this archer got hit by that volcano. Ouch! Yeah, you back off and heal. I'm now friendly with both of these. That's good. Erupted in one of the deadliest explosions known to mankind. Fantastic. Meanwhile, the gradient dust storm damaged one tile, killed one population. However, 4 tiles became more more per tile, so faster growth, yay! You lot can just chill right where you are, to be honest. You, I would like you to cross over. See if I can go through Redwood. Erupted. Production and food. Didn't destroy anything though. There's a lot of volcanoes in this world.
And his spirit stirred, and spurred to action, he sheathed his skin in burnished bronze.
Okay, so we now have Spearmen, which is great, and then Burning Arrow level 2s. We can now build barracks. So upgrading to Spearmen would cost 120? Upgrading the archers would be 80. Wow, that's way more expensive than I thought. Meanwhile, you can expand and get the wine. Unfortunately, they're standing on top of the tea, so I can't take it. Yeah, they're barbarians. Alright, we'll grab the wine. Which is a global resource. +2 happiness in the capital, plus 10% culture when in celebration. Bronze working 2 gives +3 combat strength for infantry, +2 production on military buildings. That is very tempting. What's my science like compared to everyone else? About average. So the problem with the masteries is it does take time away from just advancing the state of your technology normally. But I do think that bronze working mastery, because of that combat strength bonus for infantry, is valuable. But then is it more valuable than, say, getting chariots? Which could be better for me because it's a cavalry unit and I do have a lot of horses. Currency would be nice as well because that would get me the market. Yeah, and another part of the UI which is really bad is the tech tree. Like, what do I actually need to get currency? Do I need sailing and writing? Do I need masonry and writing? It's not exactly clear. I think it's probably sailing. And like engineering, what do I need for engineering? Currency and bronze working? Probably. Do I need both? Bronze working the wheel for military training? Could I get it with just the wheel? Like it's not always consistent. I guess we'll get sailing. Through the redwood forest. Good. So there's Texamer's capital and his only city. And then Miro, I can now talk to you and befriend you. Perfect. Stop destroying my mines! Come on! Meanwhile, the capital. You can get a lot of production for building up here, a lot of food and production here. Right, I still don't even have the camels and the horses. But I think right now I'm going to go for the food and double production. Right next to the volcano, because that's, I'm sure, going to be safe. Meanwhile, the scout is back in business, so I think I'm going to send you southwards to go and take a look around. Meanwhile, I think that the archer and the general can just go and sit up here and bombard both of you. Which means you should probably come around this way and just take a look down here. Tiwaniku. Friendly. Didn't destroy anything this time. Good. Meanwhile, over here, we could grab the marble. is what I will do. Is Marble like global? No, it is a global. Interesting. We're getting so many global resources. We're not actually getting that many like local ones we can slot in. And we've expanded up here. We wanted to grab the 6 food special place. Oh, an expedition base. Sure, I'll take an expedition base. Sounds fun. Yes, I'll take the camel camp. As that is ultimately why I was building in that direction. And now we do have some camels, so let's go ahead and give those to our capital. Now you have a lot more slots. Our capital is going to have a crazy amount of slots when I bring in more of those. Meanwhile, we have our first town speciality for Chusa, which now costs 300 to turn into a city. Is that Tilda Swinton doing the voice, by the way? It's, Brienne from Game of Thrones. I forget her name. So no, it's not Tilda. Burning arrows will hurt you too, so don't step in them. I kind of assumed they would. Natural disasters are over the top, like in my 350 turn games I had the same volcano erupting 25 times. Yeah, they're too common and they erupt too often. Like, I haven't actually seen a volcano calm the hell down after it starts erupting. Like, they don't go from active to dormant, they just seem to stay active. Meanwhile, this warrior has now fully healed. That boat's tough. I'm gonna guess I can't make the water burn. I was hoping to see the edge of the world here, but actually it goes further south than I realised. Interesting. Cameras erupting, no damage done. We get sailing next turn. What I'll probably end up doing is just go and destroy Chan-Chan, and then just build my own city here. Yeah, I think that's what I will do. For you, I want to continue exploring over here, because I really want to see what Harriet Tubman's got. How big is the map? This is a standard map, which is the biggest map they have. Okay, hopefully that burning tile just kills them next turn, because I don't seem to be willing to move away from that. Okay, there's the edge.
The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea.
So we have sailing, so we can now get the fishing key. We can get the galley. We can now embark on coastal and get food from fishing boats. Then with that we can get currency, which is the one I was really after. Is currency another settlement? No, specialist. Okay. Scout. Scout I think I'm going to send up here to just take a look on this border if I can. It does not look like the ground under the ship is burning. Alas, I am sorry to report. There might possibly be a south passage through here. Whoops, let's check this. Confucius established another trade route. Excellent. Confucius trading with me is actually a really good thing. He's now friendly. We are not likely to go to war with the crazy science man. I was a little concerned about that, considering just how much science he is producing. Wow, you've really forward settled these guys. What the heck? Probably do want to settle near me. That's very wise. Oh, where the heck is your city? There it is. Thought you'd be around here. And I could start another trade deal, could open markets with you. So, you accept but do not support. That's fine. Once again, did not destroy anything, so that's good. Right, so you are bringing troops forward, so I think I'm just going to shoot you. Doesn't look like you're shooting back at me, which is very nice of you. Meanwhile, Creek has leveled up, and I'm just going to move towards this. It's a very rural city, that one. Meanwhile, we do have 300 gold, so Chusa we can probably, yeah, turn into a city. I think I want to do that. So now you can actually start building things for yourself, which would be great. First thing, of course, being the library. And I think I'm going to want that here. Because you have the adjacency between these two. Yes, it's going to replace the woodcutter, but that's okay. And then we can basically replace and move that woodcutter somewhere else. So he's not lost. So we have 3 food down here, 2 food and 1 production. We can get the elephant, so you know what, let's grab that tile so we can get the elephant spot next. You know, just because we need even more stuff next to the volcano. And our capital is still building that wonder, which we actually finish next turn, so yay. You are also ready to specialize. I think Creek right now I'm actually okay with you just growing. Because your job is just to claim territory, so you're just going to be wide. You're not going to be very tall, you're just going to be a big, wide city. I could move you up here just to have a look around. And then I'll probably do the search next turn. There is Shingle. Move back again and we'll just sit here for a turn. Why are you shooting me?
The Lord caused no enemy to resist me, no enemy to follow me.
Nice. And with that, we get a bunch of money. Okay, so we do want to repair the mine, but I think I'll just pay for that repair. And then we can... Are there any buildings I particularly want? Do I have a sword pit here? No, I never bothered building one. Barracks, however, I think would be good. Like that +5 production. That's not just for military units, that's for everything. Then I almost certainly want to get the Monk's Mound, but let's get the barracks first of all, just for that production bonus. And with that in mind, I think building you right here makes a lot of sense. What's next to you? Library. Do you get bonus from resources adjacent? Yes, you do. Okay, so that does make sense, so yeah, let's do it. Was another city here, I thought as much. Busy area. I love the fact there's 3 AIs all in this zone and then it's just me just like spreading out everywhere. Has my game crashed yet? Nope. Let's just leave you there for a turn to heal up. 9 turns until I get my first merchant. Good. Emissaries from Meier have arrived to pronounce the Mississippian Empire deserves all glory and respect. To honor this friendship between the peoples, they provide us with money. Don't mind if I do. I'll take your influence. I think that's just so much more useful than There's some spearmen down there, which are tougher than my warriors. Gained 100 production, 25 experience of the boss man, and that city-state has been removed. So I could probably build my own city down here if I wanted to. Okay, so... Oh wow, we build things so quickly, crikey. let's get the Monk's Mound going. Well, the Monk's Mound going. And I think it kind of has to be here. I don't want it next to the volcano because I don't want it being knocked down by the volcano. A little wasteful building it right next to the other wonder, but so it goes. Alright, let's get that under construction. Let's take the horses. These guys might disappear, but they haven't. In that case, you just keep on shooting the galley. You shoot across the water at them. And you attack them. And you should... God, they're damaged. Let's have you two switch around. We'll send you home to repair. Recover. Then next turn we'll use you to attack. Yeah, that's better. Meanwhile, more city growth. Let's spread out in the other direction and get the other cannons. It's a lot of elephants. This is another very resource-rich area. Oh, that's silver, that's not tea. Ooh, this is a really good area. It would definitely piss off a lot of people if I built over here, though. Really under threat. You're fine. You're fine! What's the problem? Alright, so these guys are starting to build some more of their cities now. They definitely produce more culture. But I think that my cities are just generally more productive. So no. Okay, they're badly injured enough that you should be able to just march in and flatten them. Pretty much. I meant to move my general across though, and I did that. Slight mistake made there. Destroyed. They have more ships. Yeah, I'm not going to bother killing all of their ships. That would be crazy. How long until I can build or upgrade the next city, which would be... No, it would be Hitichi. 600 ducatses. We're not that far off that. Meanwhile, you go grab that silver before somebody else does. You're right. It is only up to 3 tiles around. Interesting. Should have guessed that would be a shoreline. Let's just head home, recover our strength. Have I played Sniper Elite? No, I haven't. I would to repair that mine, which keeps on getting destroyed. You are... Actually, you might be under threat. Taking out Chan Chan, then building a city down here, I think would actually be a really good move. How happy are my cities generally? There is an overview to see that, and it's in... Why you can't just show me the happiness? Each individual city, I don't... Oh, it does. Fine. Yeah, so I probably need to do a little bit of work to improve happiness. I need to kill Champa and then immediately settle a city over here. I think I could afford that happiness penalty. Going past the volcano, which is ever so slightly dangerous, but I'm sure it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? We're going to grab the gypsum. And then with the gypsum, we're going to make sure that it goes to Kusa, because you get double the production if it's a city other than the capital. Harriet wants to give me some influence. Please and thank you. Specialization available. You just keep on doing your thing.
The land is always stalking people. The land makes people live right. The land looks after us. The land looks after people.
Ukrikwago. +2 happiness on adjacent quarters. Ooh, and that's quite large, so you could get a lot of quarters around there. Interesting. Ooh, tier 2s. Who dat? Pachacuti, your armies are kind of dangerous. Meanwhile, Chusa has finished building its library. Excellent, so now we're producing almost as much science as Confucius. And with that in mind, we probably want to start working on like the brickyards and things. We have a lot of mines here, so the brickyard is going to be really, really fantastically useful. This can go anywhere. Where did we build the granary? We built it there. I think we'll just build it on the same tile as the granary. Oh! Interesting. Oops. Okay, can't zoom southwards. It's weird for a reason. For a moment there I couldn't zoom southwards. Where have those guys come from? Huzzah! Oh, I don't have my notifications on. Oh, we missed a bunch of things. My bad. Sorry about that. Yes, I have. Intro night came in 4 hours ago. I know he's already gone, but still. Hello all, was just trying to play Civ 7, trying to master the first stage. Love Civ. I really like Civ as well. Like, there's been a lot of naysaying about this game and a lot of negativity. I think the game itself is fine. I'm not going to say it's great. I think I did enjoy Humankind more when it first came out. But it's Civ. It feels like Civ. I haven't done much with the age progression yet, but I am one of those weird people that liked the ages and the fact you change civilizations and humankind. I thought it was a cool mechanic, and I still think it's a cool mechanic. I just need to play with it more because this has definitely more of a hard reset feel to it than humankind does. And I've only gone once from Ancient to Exploration. I'm hoping we get a bit further with this one. So yeah, good stuff. Carnita coming in with a 42-month resubscription. Good week end to you. Another month down, halfway to a new tier. Time doth fly. Somehow I would have thought you'd be all over Avowed this weekend, but I'm not disappointed. Equally interested in both. Have a great stream. Yes, no sound. Yeah, that was fixed earlier. I do want to play Avowed. I'm not sure that's one that I'd necessarily stream, but I'm a huge fan of Skyrim and a huge fan of Pillars of Eternity. Bring those two games together. Yes. Dapple Komnenos, War Vampire, James Colley Creatives, Toe, thank you all for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. VSM Belgium Waffle, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. And then Haunt Panda coming in with an 86-month resub. Thank you too. Still considering if I want to get Civ. Thanks. I mean, that's one of the things I'm quite happy to do here is show you the game and give you my thoughts and reflections on it. I agree with all the reviews saying the UI is terrible. It is. I would expect much better of the UI in a game like this that's been in development for as long as it has, with a team as veteran as the Civ team. I'm one of the people disappointed by the game, sadly. And that's fair. I can certainly see why people would be disappointed. You're only on 116 hours, Doc Reaver. And no, I don't believe there is tech trade. There's tech stealing, which if you're playing as someone like Harriet Tubman is probably worth doing. Do I want to go north just to clear that? Yes, I'm going to. More camels, that was 100% worth doing. Gosh, as many camels as there are around, we are going to be so overpowered. The reason being, camels increases the number of resources that can be assigned to a city. And we gain big bonuses from having resources assigned to our cities. And I haven't even started trading yet. I just want to say that we are a trading nation who has not had currency or Code of Laws, both of which are needed for trade. Well, Code of Laws more. Then I can start churning out the merchants. What's up? Farming. Confucius inviting me to the farmer's market. This one I will actually support. So that my 3 towns can grow a bit quicker. Although 2 of them are already level 8. Meanwhile, Meier has become a city-state. So you can be the Emporium, or you can be the Mensari. Gold buildings receive +1 gold for every city-state I'm suzerain of. I will take that. And run. Gungai had a lot more bonuses available than Meier. Interesting. Which way do I want you going? Probably this way. That is a big freaking river. This does kind of feel like the Euphrates and the other one. Be something in here. Another river spiraling off there as well. A little bit surprised nobody's built in here. Oh, there might be a city-state. Oh, Moreau's camels too. Bonus is a one-time if it's picked, it goes off the list for the next one. Ah, okay. I didn't realise that was a global thing. I thought that would be on a per civilization thing. Ow! They just almost killed
When
my
I was
mother.
young, I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old, I know that it is.
Oh, the city capital is huge. So I think what I need to do is deploy the army. No, let's do this eventually. I can't leave him here, the archers will kill him. But you have just leveled up. I'm going to upgrade the ranged units. You attacking that would basically die. So I think I'm actually just going to have you... Hang on! Hang on! Ah, damn it. Could have promoted him easily. You sit on top of the archers, so you're safe. Meanwhile, new technology. So we just got currency. Currency 2 would give me more gold and gold buildings, and also give me a codex. Bronze working 2 is the combat skill. Navigation gives me the lighthouse and the Hamonga Maui. Lighthouse increases the number of resources assigned to the settlement by 2. Must be placed on coast. I don't actually have that many coastal cities. Engineering gives me blacksmiths. Masonry gives me the city walls. I don't think I need those yet. As we get closer to the crisis, we will, but we're still a ways away. I think the crisis starts at 70%. I actually really enjoyed the crisis the first time I played it, and that was on an easy setting. Like the increasing waves of barbarians at the gates. It was kind of cool. I think I'm going to take currency too. It does make sense. I get the codex, which is more science. I get gold and gold buildings, which I should be building more of. And then we probably want navigation. I'm suddenly very wealthy, which makes me think maybe the Monk's Bound finished and I never got a pop-up about it? No, 2 more turns. I just got very wealthy then. In that case, I'm doubly annoyed I did not upgrade you into a spearman. Because he may die here. You, however, can upgrade to a spearman for 100. I think that's worth doing.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Code of laws. Now we get the traders. And the Watanathi. Mississippian unique merchant can create trade routes. Gain 25 gold per resource acquired when creating a trade route. Petra, +1 gold and production on desert terrain in the settlement. We can get extra influence, and we can also do the improved trade relations, which means more trade routes. And yes, I will change this because I want that influence now, I think. I think I might actually switch out for the culture at this point. Trade connects Amira's realm to many empires, and upon their riches she will rise to the top. 200 gold just for being Amira. Ho ho. Oh, you're saying it's my turn then? Don't mind if I do. Bombard strength 15. 15 goes to 10, 20. Nice. Yeah, now we're a bit better able to deal with these fools. And we can also upgrade one of our cities to a city, which I think I will do with you. Yes. Okay, and then the first thing I'm going to do is build a library. Right there. Gold streams forth from Amina's farms in millet and in coin. Every beast of burden carries grain instead of soldiers, and enrichment spreads. So I gain +1 economic attribute point if I have 3 trade routes, or I just gain culture. No, we are 100% doing this, because I fully intend to get a bunch of trade routes. Meanwhile, this city grows. Let's have some more camels, because clearly I'm going to need them. Milestone complete. Excellent. Choose a new civic. Code of Laws 2, what do you give? +1 from Specialist, Steal Government Secrets, Simile Bell. Ginseng Agreement, +1 Diplomatic Attribute Point. Oh, no. Building it gets you the Diplomatic Attribute Point. Ginseng Agreement grants food to both leaders' capitals. Gift economy is going to start getting useful now that trade is happening. Trade opportunities. Chang'an, part of the Han Empire, is overflowing with valuable resources. Yeah. Alright, my scoot can continue scooting a boot. Let's go on the river. You are healing up, Mr. Spearman. Boss man, you're healing up. Ooh, I shot you. Die. Meanwhile, trading. So going to Chang'an would actually give me another source of gold. And also it helps me with Confucius, so Chang'an sounds like a great place for me to go. Let's go. And I would love to improve trade relations with you, which gives me more trade routes with you. You accept. Excellent. And then after this, we basically just go on a building spree to get more of the Wathnathi. The archers, you bastards! Just spent money on them. Milestone complete, because we got the second wonder.
And here he lay, older than the hill he rested on.
The crow's going off as a cool effect. And now Cahokia has this many trade slots. And that's with just one camel. Oh yes. These guys they head over here and then fortify. I'm going to assume that they'll attack me. Meanwhile, we can build the barracks here, which I think I want to do. Barracks benefits from being between resources, so yes, we see there as well. They are building cities around there. Okay. We still haven't killed Carthage, which is kind of amazing to me. And I think I am going to try to befriend Hattusa. I'm getting the influence to be able to do it. Alright. My turn. Oh no, he's still got a move left. Pew pew pew! And there we go, incursion defeated. You did attack me as I thought you would. Meanwhile, more construction, so we can get the elephants, and I think I will, because ivory, which is another resource. Are there any other... Let's just wait for you for this turn. You are ready to trade, so Chang'an we're going to, so Peng Cheng's going to be the next one. I'm hoping you're able to defend yourselves? What's your combat skill? Oh dear, maybe not. You just keep on building your fortifications. Which are now ready. Haha. You keep on sailing down the river. Because, yeah, this is looking like a great area. Acmonia. Trading. The south is very underdeveloped compared to the north. And especially the east. Purchase. You just continue exploring around. You just chill. So I definitely need to replace a spearman and an archer. In fact, what I would like to do is get an archer in each of my cities. At least. So I need 5 archers, plus the one I lost. So 6 archers. Start by producing just that many. Meanwhile, you can head up here and then just rest out. You have arrived. Excellent. Let's start trading. Chang'an considers me helpful now. Yeah, that trade really helps. Cool. Probably should keep on building traders. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't say where the resources would go that I just started importing. Oh, they're not arrived yet. Confucius wants an alliance. Yes, 100% yes. Okay. You were shot. Head over here, then just rest. Hopefully out of range of that guy. You guys just chill. And we skipped turn already. I think I'd rather control you myself. Make sure I'm not sending you into crazy danger. But, no. Although, how do I actually get here? Oh, that's not a mountain. Fair enough.
When I was young, I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old, I know that it is.
Oh man, Confucius is up to 51 science now. Madness. My culture still lags behind the others. My science is slightly better. My influence is much better. Okay, so technology is finished. We just finished currency 2. So now I think we want to get navigation. Am I actually going to be able to build any of those? Navigation, does it have to be on the coast? It has to be on the coast. It can't just be on the river. You can build one. Yeah, navigation's no use whatsoever. Engineering would be the blacksmith. Let's go engineering. And then Chusa has finished building the barracks. I mean, I do still want you growing, so getting the bath and the garden's probably useful. No, markets, gold buildings, of course. Adjacent coastal, adjacent navigable river. So none of my markets are going to be particularly impressive. You'd be adjacent to one there. That's the capital. 1, 2, 3. You can build there too. But then you're next to the volcano. Yeah, getting a coastal city over here I think is now becoming more important than previously. The altar does come with the building construction bonus. And also some happiness, which you could actually do with. Let's put you there. Meanwhile, you can now trade. I'm just looking at the others, so Koba would still be worth doing. And then these are the minions that I have. So yeah, I need 3 more merchants because we're about to get Penchang. So there's 1, 2, 3. And we're back to burning arrows after this. Okay, so Penchang's gone, so Koba is the next one we want to trade with. Ah, someone built the Hanging Gardens. That's too bad. I wouldn't have minded that. Meanwhile, Capital has some growth. We could start slotting in some specialists. But no, I think it's going to be far more valuable to take this, and then we can get the other camels. Ah, definitely. Meanwhile, Burning Arrow, you're going to go and join the commander. And you lot can come and join the commander as well. Okay, you have arrived. Start trading. Nice. And Hitichi. Right, already is a city. So we have 3 cities. Creek would be the next. 900 for that, though. The other thing is we should really be probably spending money on building. Well, yeah, because I can get these up and running quicker. Once you have that, let's build the altar. Put that there. And Kusa is building the altar now. Cahokia still hasn't built one. Building it next to the palace. We could probably do. Nah, let's like build it up here in random ass desert. Wealth flows through the land like a river, offering up priceless nourishment, economic security. Gives me another economic attribute. Don't mind if I do. Or actually, it's the first. +1 gold per age on the palace and the city halls. Cool. And we do have some extra silk, which is extra culture. The only place that produces any culture of any note is the capital. So we will stick you there. With as much gold as I have, why don't I just purchase these? Town can grow. Is there anything that I need you particularly to go and capture? That and that. And the ivory, but I would say... more food going. Celebration. Food. Definitely. Although, now we are building a lot of buildings. 30% building construction is a lot. And let's get some more gold in our settlements. Why not? There's a couple of armies forming up. It's anything really dangerous. This guy... Well, actually, go and defend Missouri. And then you can go to... We already have somebody on the way to Koba. So you'd be on the way to... Gungne. Oh, I have enough influence to start bribing Hattusa. Which I will do. We're probably going to need to do this twice to make Hattusa friendly, but that's fine. Meanwhile, Kusa has built its thing. Saw pits for woodcutters. Kusa on here, on here. Improvements. We can see we have loads of mines. but no woodcutters. We do have a camp, singular. Don't know that's necessarily worth it though. Hot cops, they are very cheap. Oh, it builds them all automatically. That's interesting. No, it doesn't. Bar cops are really cheap. You know what? I'm just going to purchase those. One thing I should have been doing while building those, actually, is double checking to see if this is actually affecting my food. It did. Just check. 30 food right now. Still 30. No, it didn't. Because I don't know if these count as farms for purposes of granary. I would imagine they count as whatever it is that they've replaced. The thing is, I don't know that for sure. So Hitichi, the numbers here are different. 16, go on to here. Oh no, it's still 16. It's still 16. So yes, this does not change. Wait, I actually built it. So yes, they do count as farms. As the Watoni forges new bonds with surrounding peoples through trade, the famed Potcop attracts much curiosity, both as a spiritual site and as a marvel of construction. So we gain culture, we gain science. We are much further behind in culture, so I'm going to take the culture.
The things the worshipper gives to his gods are not the food he places on the altar, or the blood in his veins. It is his thought.
Okay, so we gain +2 resource capacity in the capital, because of course we do. Then +1 gold and happiness for every imported resource. Of which, we're going to get quite a few of those now, so we're going to get rid of priesthood and we're going to take gift economy instead. Meanwhile, production here in Chusa. I really need to get some happiness buildings. Let's get the market, because this does increase the number of resources I can import by 1. And a new civic. So the Wahi gives burning arrows, the Atasa for more ranged combat, citizenship. Castes provide more food in towns. I don't have that many towns left. Drama and poetry, faster building culture buildings, the Weiyang Palace, +6 influence. That is a wonder. Tactics. Public life. City Guard, +3 combat strength and fortified districts. Oracle, when gaining rewards for a narrative event, gain an additional 10 culture per age. Discipline, combat strength against independent. Gate of all nations. Gate of all nations would be a good one to get. It only takes 3 turns to get culture things, so let's do it. You say you have resources available, but that's just a bold-faced lie. You're ready for trade. Let's let that go. The harvest of Amina's farms find buyers both locally and abroad, gilding the land with golden grain and gleaming coin. Another attribute point, don't mind if I do. So +2 gold per age for every active trade route, or +2 gold for every tech and civic mastery completed in an age. I think for the trade routes right now, I mean both of them are nice. Purchasing no settlements would be really solid. Let's do this. 51 gold a turn, not too shabby. And now we do have some more resources, so we have some more silk, which we're just going to stack up in our one culture place. And then wool. Is there any place that's really unhappy? Hitichi City to an extent. But considering what we can do is, if we go over our it's all settlements, not cities. Because I could move the army down to take out Champa and then build a city down here. Or Chan Chan. Or we could finally try to build a city here on the coast. Okay, so you lot can come down here. And I think it is Champa that I want to try to get. Because camels are so good, and if I can grab these 2 silver. Yeah, we need to be a city like here. So, Cahokia. Are you able to get me a settler? Like, really quickly. There's a settler to buy. Can't. Meanwhile, we could grow the city over here. So we could go towards the horses. We're too short of the iron. So yeah, I think the horses are what we want. Do we want food or do we want production? It's a town. Meanwhile, you have recovered sufficiently to continue on your journey. So I would say continue around this way. Confucius has become the suzerain of Carthage. So does that mean Carthage is no longer hostile? That would be nice. Kusa. get a Watanabe, even if it's just like one in reserve.
Do nothing which is of no use.
There we go, we got discipline, so we can get the extra power against independent. And we can also get the Gate of Nations. Don't think I need those, though. Gate of Nations I would like to build, mostly just so we have it. In case of emergency. Oh, we can get Petra. I mean, if we were to build a city here, or down here especially, that would be a better Petra location. I think it would need to be... yeah. Get this up the next turn. Perfect. I would prefer to... actually, no. You know what? Happiness now would be pretty useful. Continue with the influence, because we're still trying to persuade that hostile city to become friendly. Meanwhile, Civic. Entertainment has happiness buildings and settlement limit. Organized military has settlement limit. Literacy has a codex. Colossus. +3 resource capacity. Must be placed on coast adjacent to land. This one explicitly says +1 social policy slot. The other times we got social policies, it has not said that. Well, I think I do want to have the settlement limits, so I think entertainment and then tactics to organize military. You get policy slots for celebrations. Oh! Okay. Yeah, it's never said that when I actually had a celebration. That's Town Hall, is it? This is. What's the Town Hall? Oh, I think it is here. Oh, this lasts for 27 turns. Oh, so it actually lasts until you get it. So I didn't need to pay 170 twice. It's just a one-off payment. Okay, good to know. They've killed the city that was over here. Chan was there was another one over here. So all of this land is now free to build in. That's going to be a bit of a land rush. How are you lot doing for city limits? Yeah, you're way way under, with the exception of Harriet. Poor old Texume is not doing very well. 16 science still at this point of the game. Harriet's a little behind with 30. Confucius has 59, almost double what Harriet produces. The Meier Pachacuti are okay. This island's starting to get a bit crowded. But both of these really like me. It's only Pachacuti that doesn't. And that's one of his cities. But I think he's pissing Harriet off more. Anyway, I think I'm going to call this stream here. My voice is starting to get a little sore and I want to go and get something to eat because I'm hungry. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future, which will be in about an hour and a half. We'll start again at 6 and play some more. So I hope you come and join me for that. If you really enjoyed this and you'd like to support the channel, please do consider subscribing. It does help the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. Actually, you know what? Let's start at 7. We'll start at 7 and I'll go a bit later. Gives me a bit more time. So 7, we'll start. And we will continue this playthrough. So yes, I hope you'll join me for that. If you have enjoyed this, then hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. It helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. If you're on the uptubs, then you can, of course, subscribe, which is like following, or you can become a channel member if you want to support the channel that way. Discord links are in chat and in the description. Thanks everyone, and I will see you at 7 Central European time. Till then.